Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Oh, let me interrupt just 1 second. 10 o'clock today, deadline for filing for public testimony. And if you miss it, you're not going to be able to testify unless you got reservations under the block. Thank you. Go ahead.
No problem. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Again, members of the board. My name is Brittany Blaine Roth, and for this meeting, I'm the Anchorage Area Management Biologist for the Division of Sportfish. With me at the table, I have the Assistant Area Manager, Donnie Arthur. Today, we're going to go over sport fisheries information relevant to the proposals for the Anchorage Bull Management Area that are before you at this meeting, and this can be found in RC3 Tab 8. So we'll start with this map here. This is the Division of Sportfish Anchorage Bull Management Area, and the starting acronym of the day is AMA, as I'll refer to it. It is the green area on the map you see here, including Joint Base Elmendorf and Fort Richardson, which is kind of that lighter gray-green area within the green part of the map. So it includes all waters draining into the east side of Knik Arm, south of and including the Eklutna River drainage, and all waters draining into the north and west sides of Turnagain Arm, and all waters draining into the south side of Turnagain Arm, east of and including Ingram Creek. So this figure here is the AMA sport effort. The y-axis on the figure, and the figure you'll see on the next slide, is the number of, of angler days of effort reported from the statewide harvest survey over the last 20 years. So during this time period, angler effort in the AMA has been on average just over 72,000 angler days, ranging from an estimated high of 111,000 in 2008 to a low of 42,500 in 2022. 98% of the angler effort in the AMA is on freshwaters. In the AMA freshwaters, approximately 45% of the sport effort is on many of the local stocked lakes, while the remaining 55% of sport fishing effort occurs on streams, which this will be the main focus of this presentation. So there are 4 main streams in the AMA that receive the highest amount of sport fishing effort. It has been estimated through the statewide harvest survey that the majority of the effort on streams in the AMA occurs on Ship Creek, which is that black bar and is located just down the street here from us, followed by Bird Creek in orange and Campbell Creek in blue, and then the 20 Mile River located in Turnagain Arm in that red color. The remaining freshwater streams in the AMA don't get enough responses in the statewide harvest survey to capture the level of effort each year. This table and pie chart are the recent 10-year average of salmon harvested in the AMA. As you can see, coho salmon make up approximately 73% of the salmon harvest. Streams in the management area where harvest occurs are Ship, Campbell, and Bird Creeks, which are the locations you just saw with the majority of the effort occurring. The coho fishery on these 3 creeks is possible due to the stockings by the William Jack Hernandez Sportfish Hatchery. In addition to coho salmon, king salmon are stocked in Ship Creek by the Sportfish Hatchery. The hatchery is located about 2 miles above where the creek closes to all sport fishing, while the area open to fishing is just under about 1 mile long, and it extends to where the creek flows out into Cook Inlet. This aerial photo is of the Ship Creek sport fishery, the only area open to fishing on the creek, also shown by this red line. So currently the hatchery spawns just over 300 female Ship Creek king salmon, which produces approximately 1.2 million fish. It should be noted that the hatchery king salmon returns to Ship Creek support more than just replenishing Ship Creek, but typically approximately 50% of the offspring that are released are fish that will return to Ship Creek, although this varies depending on annual returns. So for reference, the green line with this green circle here is the section I just showed you in the aerial imagery, and is the section open of the creek that's open to fishing. Current regulations on Ship Creek for hatchery king salmon is 1 per day, and an angler may not fish in Ship Creek or any other waters open to king salmon on the same day. The annual limit is 5 king salmon. There's no retention of king salmon after July 13th. In addition, from May 15th to July 13th, the creek is only open to fishing from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. For other salmon, the bag limit is 3 per day, and all may be coho salmon. So the first AMA proposal before you at this meeting for the Anchorage area is for Ship Creek hatchery king salmon. It was submitted by the department. As mentioned, the section open to fishing is approximately 1 mile long, and it's very tidally influenced. Majority of the anglers prefer to target salmon at Ship Creek on the incoming and outgoing tides. The department submitted proposal 250 to allow for the harvest of king salmon year-round, so these fish can be utilized by anglers during years of abundance. In most years, 90% of the king salmon have made it through the fishery by July 14th, and the hatchery typically does their egg takes for king salmon during the 3rd to last week of July. Department staff conduct frequent stream surveys above the fishery to know what surplus fish escaped getting caught in the fishery and are counted towards the escapement and used for egg takes. With the fishery closing on July 14th for the season, if a king salmon is caught while anglers are targeting coho salmon, it must be released. However, as I mentioned, it will not be used for egg takes. The department would like to see fish that will not be used by the hatchery be available for anglers to harvest when there is a surplus identified. The department monitors Ship Creek closely. As I mentioned, these hatchery fish support more than just the creek. They're used for lake stockings and additional remote smolt releases. There's been 4 emergency orders issued in the last 10 years for Ship Creek hatchery king salmon. In 2 years, the creek's been closed early to the retention of king salmon, and in 2 years, the creek has been extended to allow for more harvest opportunity. So now we'll move to the northeast. The Eklutna River is located 17 miles northeast of Anchorage. The river is approximately 22 miles in length, and it was first dammed in the 1920s to provide power. The Eklutna Lake Dam separates and limits flows into the Eklutna River. The Eklutna River drainage contains all 5 species of salmon, as well as resident species such as Dolly Varden. Proposal 251 applies to the Eklutna River drainage and seeks to close the drainage to the retention of coho and sockeye salmon. It should be noted that this proposal is specific to the Eklutna drainage. Here we have, it's not to be confused with the Eklutna tail race, and it does not affect regulations at that location. Currently, the Eklutna River drainage is open to harvesting all salmon species except king salmon. There are no formal assessments currently in place for the Eklutna River by the department. As for harvest most years, the statewide harvest survey receives too few respondents to get harvest estimates. There's also limited public access on this system for sport anglers, and it's assumed that there is low effort that takes place. The harvest report the department does receive comes from an educational fishery permit that is issued annually to the village of Eklutna, and harvest on average has been approximately 250 salmon. Moving south of Anchorage now, there's approximately 12 streams south of Bird Creek in the Turnagain Arm to the Northern District boundary line at Boulder Point. Proposal 252 seeks to increase the coho salmon bag limits from 2 to 3 fish in these streams. Currently, this area is open to salmon fishing, except king salmon. There is limited harvest information from the statewide harvest survey due to low participation in some but not all of these streams. Currently, the statewide harvest survey is the only assessment of harvest and effort for the area. However, coho aerial surveys were flown on some of these streams until 2006. However, this assessment was discontinued. Detailed aerial survey data on this can be found in staff comments under Proposal 255. Average escapement from those surveys was approximately 4,800 coho salmon. However, this only includes 3 streams circled here on the map, which include Placer, Portage, and 20-mile river drainages. So of the approximately 12 streams that would be affected by this proposal, only 3 have a sufficient number of responses from the statewide harvest survey to estimate coho salmon harvest. I'm looking at the previous and recent 10-year averages. We see that the Swanson and 20-mile rivers have had a decline in the harvest of coho salmon, but whether this is due to an abundance of fish or a sport fishing effort is unknown. Resurrection Creek's had a smaller amount of harvest when compared to the other 2 streams, and a slight increase in harvest has been observed in the recent 10-year average. So back here in Anchorage, we have a unique urban sport fishing opportunity, a few of them, such as Campbell Creek. Campbell Creek originates in the Chugach Mountains as 2 main tributaries, the North and South Forks, which converge near Piper Street in East Anchorage to form the main stem Campbell Creek, which flows southwest to Campbell Lake and then out to Cook Inlet. In 2006, the board recognized an upstream section of Campbell Creek above the markers at Piper Street as a special management area for trout, and the current regulation is 1 unbaited single hook artificial lure or fly, which is standard in special management areas for trout throughout the state. In addition, rainbow trout cannot be retained in this section. In 2011, the board adopted a spawning closure for rainbow trout on Campbell Creek from April 15th to June 14th, during which time sport fishing is closed for the entire Campbell Creek drainage. The department stocks triploid rainbow trout in Campbell Creek to provide an improved angling opportunity that is an alternative to wild fish stocks. Rainbow trout in the creek are assessed through catch and harvest data estimated from the statewide harvest survey. As you can see on this map, regulations vary throughout the drainage, as there is a popular coho fishery that takes place, as previously mentioned, downstream of the fishing game markers at Piper Street. And the specialment area for trout, the bag and possession limits are 5 rainbow trout, of which only One may be 20 inches or longer, and the use of 2 hooks is allowed. Proposal 253 would allow the use of 2 unbaited single-hook artificial flies on Campbell Creek upstream of the markers near the forks at Piper Street, which is the yellow part of the creek as seen on this map, and the special management area that is catch and release only, and there's no retention of trout or salmon allowed. So next we'll move to Chester Creek, also located right here in Anchorage. Upper Chester Creek flows into University Lake near the Alaska Pacific University campus. After exiting University Lake, Chester Creek flows through many neighborhoods for approximately 5 miles until it enters Chester Lagoon, then flows out to the mudflats of Knik Arm. Chester Creek is currently open to the retention of rainbow trout throughout the drainage. There is currently no special trout management area. The department stocks rainbow trout in the creek, but only assesses rainbow trout in Chester Creek throughout drainage through the statewide harvest survey. Proposal 254 would add Chester Creek and its tributaries to the special management areas for rainbow trout in the Anchorage Bowl drainage area, except for University Lake and the section of Chester Creek downstream of the University Lake to Elmore Road. By doing so, this would restrict fishing to only one unbaited single hook artificial lure and prohibit the retention of rainbow trout in the Chester Creek drainage, excluding this section here in the red square on the map. So when looking at the 10-year average of catch and harvest of rainbow trout, you can see here that harvest is minimal and catch has decreased in recent years. We receive enough reports on the statewide harvest survey to look at trends, but majority of the catch and harvest comes from Campbell Creek, while other streams are lumped together for reporting, though it's assumed that the majority of the other harvest likely comes from Chester Creek. So when you look at this figure, you can assume that these fish come from mainly Chester and Campbell Creeks. And while it shows a decline, prior to 2017, Ship Creek had been a section open to the retention of rainbow trout, and that is now closed to sport fishing. So in last, Proposal 255 would amend the Upper Cook Inlet Personal Use Salmon Fishery Management Plan by establishing a new personal use shore-based dip net fishery for salmon other than king salmon on the Placer and 20 Mile rivers. These fisheries would occur from each river's mouth, which would need to be defined, to 1 mile upstream of the Seward Highway, approximately where the red dotted lines on this map are. These personal use fisheries are requested to occur 3 days per week from July 1st to July 31st. Similar, the statewide harvest survey is the only assessment of salmon in these systems, and the harvest information is limited to mostly the 20 Mile river drainage due to limited harvest reports and low effort on the Placer River. Though, as mentioned earlier, there was an aerial survey flown for coho until 2006, and details can be found in staff comments. All species of salmon have been documented in these rivers. There is limited information on sockeye, chum, and pink salmon, which will likely be the target species for the proposed personal use fishery, and escapement has not been quantified in the 20 Mile or Placer River drainages for these species. While 20 Mile is known to be one of the main producers of sockeye salmon in the AMA, the scale of the sockeye salmon return is unknown. Carmen Lake and its inlet tributaries are the primary sockeye salmon spawning areas in the 20 Mile river drainage. However, some mainstem spawning has been documented. Sockeye salmon returning to Placer spawn in Lubnar Lake. Placer does not receive enough respondents from the statewide harvest survey to produce reliable estimates of catch or harvest for any salmon species. You can see here in this table from 2003 to 2022, the average sport catch in 20 Mile river drainage was 133 sockeye salmon, 2,167 coho salmon, 467 pink salmon, and 199 chum salmon. And with that, I'll take any questions. There's more details in the report on that link in your slideshow.
Any questions from any board member? Mark?
Hi, thanks. So on slide 11, and you may have spoke to it and I missed it. So proposal 252 is looking to change the bag limits, I think, for essentially 20 Mile portage, in that circle, right? So what's going on with the regs for like Bird Creek, Glacier Creek, and those tributaries? I mean, what are the regs for those?
Sure, yeah, through the chair, Board Member Carlson Vendor. Yeah, so Bird and north of there, the bag limit's 3, those are enhanced. For coho, we stock Bird Creek, Campbell Creek, and Ship Creek, all with coho salmon, so they have a higher bag limit than the ones to the south. So everything south of Bird Creek is currently at 2.
Any other questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, good morning. Is the department doing assessments on stormwater runoff, impervious surfaces, and any kind of chemical contamination in some of these creeks like Campbell or Chester?
Through the chair, Board Member Wood, I do believe that there has been some, I think DEC has done a little bit of looking into it. I know there has been some observations of potential stormwater runoff in Campbell Creek, but to what level, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, great. I had some literature forwarded to me from the department about what's going on in Puget Sound and the stormwater runoff they're seeing there and the effect on mature cohos after huge rain events. And so that's kind of what is bringing this to mind in this area, in particular Anchorage, but also it'll apply to Wasilla and the Kenai down the road. But also in terms of a Eklutna River, is there an assessment of what the fish runs were prior to the Eklutna project being in and the dam at the lake?
Through the chair, Board Member Wood, there's a little bit of information out there, not by the department, by other entities as far as assessment goes in there. It goes way back. Like I mentioned, the dam was put in place in 1920, and there's been a lot of changes recently with the dynamics of the Eklutna River. But we can dig up some of that information if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner?
So the Eklutna Dam is currently undergoing recertification or reauthorization. So there's a lot of work going on by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our habitat section, and right of the people. I think you've read in the paper, the municipalities engaged actively in looking at what's happening with that, with the possible removal of the dam at the mouth of the Eklutna. So there's a lot of information out there. There's kokanee up in the native kokanee up in that Eklutna drainage. The impact of putting salmon back into that system is fully flushed out in those various analysis. So look up the Eklutna Lake recertification process, and you will be inundated with information on the Eklutna River drainage.
Yeah, thank you. I've been paying attention to that. And I think it's important because Chugach Electric owns that as well as the Cooper Creek facility. And that dam up there is also of interest to me regarding the whole Kenai King Salmon Action Plan and rehabilitation. So thank you.
Along those same lines, Commissioner, and I know it's going to go a lot of the questions that Mr. Wood was addressing, has the department actually come out with recommendations as to how to restore stocks in that river? Because what I was told was that the department's staying off to the side and not getting involved, but what you're saying here, that's not true.
No, we're engaged in those discussions.
But do we have a plan going forward as to what would be restoration sufficient to bring the stocks back? We've got an opportunity here because we're on the nickel of the utilities.
Right.
Okay? So there's the financial end of it's not so pressing as it normally would be. In other words, it's not coming out of your budget.
Right. Well, there's a lot at play here. There's hydroelectric power generation. There's water flow for the municipality of Anchorage. That's the municipality of Anchorage's water system. Any water that's diverted down the river potentially impacts our stocking program in the Eklutna tail race. So there's a lot at play here. So we're involved at the table in those discussions.
And I would appreciate, even when we're not holding formal meetings here, if you could keep the board apprised of developments and that, I would appreciate it very much. Any other questions? Look at my two remotes, and Mr. Godfrey has joined us. Thank you. And we'll go to the next presentation.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Samantha Oslin, Acting Area Management Sport Fish Biologist for the Northern Cook Inlet Management Area. And with me is Nick Dakovich, our lead research biologist. This presentation can be found in RC3, tab 9. The Northern Cook Inlet Management Area includes all freshwater drainages of Upper Cook Inlet from Tuxedni Bay north to Eklutna River. The area encompasses about 30,000 square miles. It includes the major communities of Palmer, Wasilla, Houston, Willow, and Talkeetna, and the smaller communities of Squintna and Tyonek. For purposes of management, this area is broken geographically into 3 major units: West Cook Inlet, Knik Arm, and the Susitna River drainage. The area is dominated by the Susitna River drainage, roughly the size of West Virginia. The drainage originates in glaciers of the Alaskan Talkeetna mountain ranges and flows south about 200 miles to Cook Inlet near Anchorage. The Susitna drainage is often split west side from east side. In general, west side tributaries are remote, accessible by jet boat or airplane. They come from the Alaska Range, tend to be longer and slower moving than east side tributaries coming in from the Talkeetna Mountains, shorter, faster flowing tributaries accessible by the Parks Highway. Northern Cook Inlet supported about 260,000 angler days of sport fishing effort from 2003 to 2012. A more recent 10-year average indicates a downward trend to 170 angler days. Although effort has declined since 2000, much of the decline since 2007 is likely attributed to widespread poor king salmon production and restrictions and closures of king salmon sport fisheries. Note that a short period of diminished effort in the mid-1990s was also attributed to low king salmon runs and restrictive fishing. A variety of anadromous and resident species are caught and harvested. Coho salmon are the predominant species targeted, followed by sockeye and kings, rainbow trout, and northern pike. Coho make up 42% of the 30-year mean harvest. These are the major king salmon fisheries dominated by the Susitna drainage. There are also many minor streams and sloughs not shown. June is the month for kings. King salmon begin arriving mid-May, with peak fishing occurring around mid-June in streams closer to the inlet, such as Deshka and Little Susitna. Peak fishing is a little later, the further from the inlet, around June 20th at Lake Creek, and early July on the Talkeetna River. The season ends July 13th. Traditionally, king salmon streams sharing similar geography, productivity, and accessibility have been grouped and managed as units. Regulations are similar among streams within each unit. The major units correspond to East Side Susitna, or Unit 2, the Talkeetna River drainage, the Deshka River, and the Yetna River drainage. Escapement goals were set for each of these 4 stocks of the Susitna drainage in 2020. Individual streams within each stock grouping are surveyed annually by helicopter, and counts are then used to estimate abundance of each stock. In addition to the stock goals, the streams shown here have individual escapement goals. The stream surveys are conducted post-season by aerial survey over spawners. Weirs are in place on the lower Deshka and Little Susitna rivers and provide ability to manage these fisheries in season. These 2 systems have weir-based goals. A downturn in king salmon production became evident by 2008. By 2011, the board designated stocks of concerns on these streams of West Cook Inlet and the Susitna. In 2020, the 3 streams within the east side stock were grouped, and this area became a stock of concern. By 2012, mid-season closures had created a situation of less predictable fisheries and harvesting out of proportion to the run. The goal became to maximize fishing opportunity while conserving stocks and decreasing the potential for mid-season closures, which was of value to stakeholders. Beginning in 2012, harvest reductions were implemented by emergency order prior to the start of the season and have varied by area. From 2012 to 2018, some harvest was available on more remote west side Susitna, such as Yetna Drainage and Deshka River, and on the Little Susitna River. Common restrictions for the Yetna and Little Sioux were a reduced annual limit and reduced days in which harvest was allowed. Bait was most often restricted on the Dushka River. The east side and Talkeetna areas had little in the way of harvestable surpluses. These areas were commonly restricted to catch and release only fishing. In 2020, the board adopted a king salmon management plan to better inform stakeholders on actions likely to be taken by the department to restrict harvests under various management scenarios. Since 2018, restrictions have become more stringent, with most areas being restricted to catch and release only and full closures, occasionally occurring either pre-season or mid-season. One exception was 2021, when the Dushka River experienced a strong return of 5-year-old kings, allowing the sport fishery to be restored to regulation mid-season, with escapement topping out near the upper end of the goal range. The Eklutna tail race at the bottom right of the slide is a stock fishery that has been exempt from restrictions, providing additional roadside opportunity to harvest a king salmon throughout the downturn. Over the past 20 years across all northern Cook Inlet, harvest has gone from 28,000 during strong run years that preceded the downturn to about 4,300 during the early period of conservative management that began in 2012, to an average of about 650 over the most recent 5 years. This slide shows escapement relative to escapement goal ranges for the 4 Susitna River stocks: the Dushka River, Eastside Susitna, Talkeetna River, and Yetna. Note, all stock goals were missed in 2023. Now we'll shift to coho fisheries. Coho began entering northern Cook Inlet streams mid-July, with the midpoint of the run corresponding to mid-August. Peak fishing occurs around August 5 to August 15 for much of the area, but then extends into early September. The regulatory season for the most part is year-round, but there are some restrictions. Bait is not allowed until after the close of the king season, and then prohibited after September 1 for rainbow trout conservation. Strong coho runs were experienced 2000 to 2008, as indicated by an average sport harvest of 87,000. Poor or below average runs were experienced in 1997 to 1999, 2010 to 2012, and 2016, where harvests fell by about half. Many of the streams fished for king salmon on the Susitna drainage are also quite productive for coho salmon, shown here. Eastside Susitna stream crossing the Parks Highway within Unit 2 of the Susitna River are in general shorter and less productive, easy to access off the road system, and receive higher use relative to remote streams of the Westside Susitna River. The potential for higher exploitation has led to more conservative regulations relative to other areas of the Susitna, with 2 coho allowed per day and in possession. In the remote west side, 3 coho are allowed per day and 6 in possession. The weir on the Dushka can be used for a tool for in-season management, but projecting run strength in season can be challenging due to highly variable run timing. This graph shows the cumulative proportion of coho salmon passing the weir over a 5-year period. The midpoint of the run varied from August 5 in 2018 to August 29 in 2019, a difference of 24 days. In a general sense, though, weir counts can be an indicator of coho abundance to the greater Susitna drainage on a very large or very poor coho run years. Dushka weir counts were used to liberalize coho bag limits across the Susitna drainage in 2017 and 18, and to restrict and close the sport fishery in 2023. Average sport harvest at Dushka River over the past 20 years was about 3,000 fish, and average escapement 22,000 fish. Above average escapements were experienced in 2000 to 2006, and since that time have been sporadic. An SEG was established in 2017. The goal was achieved 2017 through 2019. The SEG is 10,200 to 24,100. The goal was exceeded in 2017, achieved in 2018, and achieved near the low end in 2019, only after closure of the sport fishery mid-season. Since 2019, counts have been incomplete either due to budget reductions or flooding, as was the case in 2023. Even though 23 was incomplete, the run was weak and the goal likely would not have been achieved. Improvements in genetic stock identification recently has allowed Dushka coho to break out as a reporting group and Yetna to be separated from West Cook Inlet stocks for the sake of estimating stock composition in commercial fisheries and harvest rates. Sport harvest rate for Dushka and main stem Susitna coho averaged about 12% for these 3 years, with the total harvest rate, which includes commercial fisheries, at about 35%. In the Knik Arm area, there are 6 predominant coho salmon fisheries. Fish, Cottonwood, and Wasilla Creeks have historically been managed together and referred to as small Knik Arm streams. They have been weekend-only fisheries since 1971, where the bag and possession limits here are 3 salmon per day, of which only 2 may be a coho salmon. A weir at Fish Creek is used to manage Fish Creek as well as Cottonwood and Wasilla Creeks in season because past escapement studies found coho salmon weir counts on these streams to be significantly correlated. The Fish Creek SEG has been achieved or exceeded over the past 10-year period. The Fish Creek sport fishery has been liberalized in season in 6 of the past 10 years by emergency order. Average sport harvest was about 750 fish with a sport harvest rate of 12%. On years the personal use dip net fishery was open, sport and personal use harvest combined averaged about 2,500 with an in-river harvest rate of 28%. More on the personal use fishery when we get to sockeye. The Little Susitna River and Jim Creek are the 2 largest coho fisheries in the northern Cook Inlet with the greatest potential for high harvest rates. Bag limits for each is 3 salmon per day and in possession, only 2 of which may be a coho. The board restricted fishing at Jim Creek to 5 days per week in 2014 and implemented a nighttime closure to reduce sport harvest after a period of years in which the escapement goal was missed. The escapement goal is based on a postseason foot survey of McRoberts Creek, one of 2 upland spawning tributaries in the Jim Creek drainage. A weir was in operation for the first 5 years since these regulatory changes were in effect. Harvest can approach escapement on years of moderate abundance such as 2015 and years of low abundance such as 2016, a year in which the sport fishery was closed mid-season. As Jim Creek breaks out genetically as a distinct reporting group, estimates of harvest rates are available for these 2 years in which both the weir was operated and the commercial fisheries sampled. Total harvest rate on this stock was 62% in 2015 and 2016. For a number of years, the weir on the Little Susitna was operated at River Mile 71. Since 2012, the weir has operated at River Mile 32, close to the main sport fishery, allowing for more timely in-season management. The 10-year average sport harvest was 4,600 fish, and average escapement on complete count years was 12,800 fish. Because Little Susitna does not break out into its own genetic reporting group, estimates of total harvest rate are unavailable. In the past 10 years, weak runs were observed in 2016, 19, 20, and 23, in which the sport fishery was restricted or closed. In the past 10 years, the fishery was liberalized with the addition of a coho salmon to the bag limit in 2014, 15, 17, and 18. Flooding resulted in incomplete weir counts over the past 3 years, however, the goal was achieved in 2021 despite losing the count and likely would have been achieved in 22. A weak run in 23 resulted in the eventual closure of the sport fishery and likely the goal was missed. Now we'll transition to sockeye. Sockeye begin entering northern Cook Inlet streams about the 2nd week of July, with the midpoint of the run corresponding to the 3rd or 4th weeks, depending on a fishery's distance from Cook Inlet. Fishing tapers off by mid-August. Sockeye harvests have held around 15,500 fish over the past 30 years. A dip net fishery may be opened on the Fish Creek by emergency order if more than 35,000 sockeye can be projected by the escapement between July 15 and July 31. The sport fishery begins June 15th through July 14th and closes July 15 in the event the personal fishery can open. It then opens again the first weekend in August with a youth-only fishery and continues weekend only for all ages thereafter from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Regulation separates the PU fishery that targets sockeye salmon from the sport fishery that targets coho salmon to avoid user conflict, but also because of the fishing power of the dip net fishery, which can reduce daily counts by 95%. This slide shows average sockeye run timing and the overlap with the relatively smaller average runs of coho. Note the dark shaded area where the runs overlap and average daily totals for sockeye on the left and coho on the right. Relative to small runs of coho, this illustrates that the personal use fishery has the potential to overexploit coho if allowed to continue into August. Notice the red line indicating August 1st. Average harvest over the past 10 years was 21,000 salmon, 85% of which were sockeye. The SEG has been achieved or exceeded in recent years. Sockeye are also harvested in small numbers in the Fish Creek sport fishery and at Cottonwood Creek, Little Susitna, and Jim Creek. Prominent sockeye fisheries of the Susitna drainage occur at Larson Creek, Lake Creek, and the Talachalitna River. About 7,000 sockeye are harvested annually across the Susitna. Mouth fisheries at Lake Creek and Talachalitna are too far removed from weirs high up in those drainages for in-season management. However, the weir at Larson Creek is close to the sport fishery, allowing for in-season management of the sport fishery. The Larson fishery can become crowded due to limited space. About 2,500 sockeye are harvested annually, or 10% of the in-river run. In the past 10 years, the SEG has been achieved 6 times and missed 4 times. The sport fishery was closed mid-season in 2014, 16, 19, and 20, and liberalized in 2018. And in West Cook Inlet, an average of 5,500 sockeye are harvested annually. 75% of that harvest is from big river lakes. In 2020, the board created a personal use dip net fishery on the lower Susitna River. The fishery is limited to Wednesdays and Saturdays from July 10 to July 31, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. The fishery occurs in about a 6-mile stretch of the river, beginning about a mile below the confluence of the Yetna River and ending roughly 14 miles upstream from Cook Inlet. The fishery is remote and only accessible by riverboat, with the nearest landing 20 miles away, or airplanes capable of landing on gravel bars. In its 4 years of history, effort has remained relatively low, likely due to remoteness. An average of 6 days of fishing resulted in about 2,400 sockeye annually, 73% of which were sockeye salmon and 24% coho. Now we'll shift to wild rainbow trout fisheries. The Susitna River drainage contains the majority of wild rainbow trout waters in northern Cook Inlet. This area has a 40-year history of management under a conservative strategy aimed at maintaining historical size, age, compositions, and stock levels. The current regulatory structure fits well with the statewide management standards adopted by the board in 2003. Most major rainbow trout fisheries on the Susitna are catch and release, although some allow minimal harvest. Where harvest is allowed, the general regulations listed here apply. Further protections are given to wild rainbows as they migrate each fall and spring between summering habitats in tributaries to overwintering habitats in the Susitna and Yetna main stems. Bait is prohibited during these transition periods. In Unit 2 of the Susitna, gear is even further restricted to one single hook only during the fall to spring period. Special management waters allowing only catch and release were first established in 1977 on the Talachalitna River. Since then, these waters have been expanded at multiple board meetings. In these waters, gear is restricted to only one single hook artificial lure year-round. Note, the Talachalitna has no harvest because the entire drainage is catch and release, while minimal harvest is allowed in Lower Lake Creek. In general, rainbow trout catch has trended down with effort on the Susitna River. Reduced effort is likely attributed to restrictions and closures to king salmon fisheries in this area. Now we'll shift to northern pike. Northern pike were illegally introduced to the Susitna drainage in the early 1950s. Beginning in the early 1980s, pike harvest greatly increased, likely due to gradual range expansion and increased angler interest. Harvest has stabilized since the 1990s at around 10,000 fish. The board has taken action through the years to greatly liberalize methods and means for taking pike. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Mrs. Swenson?
Hi, Sam. Good to see you. Yeah, I've got several questions. The weir on, you didn't say anything about the weir on Lake Creek to speak of in counts. And what's going to happen this year with the weir on Lake Creek? And where is that exactly? I think I know about where it is, but.
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, there is not a weir on Lake Creek. I believe that's run by the Commercial Fish Division on Chalatenna Lake. We do have a sonar project.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Okay, I thought that's what you meant, and I can direct that question to Nick Dakovich.
Yeah, Mr. Svensson, through the chair. We are this will be year 3 of running that project. We plan to run it for the foreseeable future. It's going pretty well. We started off with the first year getting our feet wet, trying to figure out how it would operate, looking at other species that were present. And we're counting Chinook salmon there, and we're also measuring them. The first year, we just had our hands full of gathering data. In 2023, we tried to do it so we could produce daily counts. This year, coming up season 2024, we plan to operate that sonar again, and we are hopeful to be able to get daily counts out from that project.
Thank you. I also have a question, and Sam, you and I have talked about this before. Is Fish and Game going to be doing something to monitor the Cuscatan?
Through the chair, we do not have funding to monitor the Cuscatan, but we do have statewide harvest survey as well as reports from guides fishing in that area.
And, thank you. In 2000, this year, we talked about the poor silver runs, and you guys seemed to indicate that on the brood years that passed before, that the high temperatures in the water and so on may have really influenced the 2023 run. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, that event in 2019 where we saw major droughts and fires everywhere, we did document fish that had died before they spawned in several systems. Big River Lakes was one that I flew and looked at. We had fish dying in Cottonwood Creek from the heat. So it did not bode well for future returns. That being said, recent flooding events have limited our capabilities in getting complete counts on the Deshka and Little Sioux this season.
The last question I have for you, and I'm just curious, do you think over the years, we have really restricted the taking of rainbow trout? How do you think that has affected the Chinook runs? Do you think that we should begin to maybe harvest a few more of the rainbow trout in some of these tributaries to help the salmon, or not?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, I think we'll be addressing that in upcoming proposals. I don't want to speculate on that issue unless Nick has something he could add to that too.
Okay. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Would you note when you get to that proposal that you'll be addressing the question raised by Mr. Swenson so that it comes to our attention? Any other questions coming from board members? Seeing none, that concludes staff reports as far as I know. Is that correct, Commissioner? So we'll go on to the next item, which is traditional knowledge reports. And this is a brand new to the board's process. We're trying to try different mechanisms and see what works best and refine it to the point to where we can possibly get to a policy implementation. The board recognizes local knowledge and traditional knowledge as an important aspect of best available science. As such, access to these knowledge systems should be an important part of informing board decisions through their close proximity and intimate, often long-standing relationships with fish resources, the environment, and the ecological systems that are critical to fishery sustainability. The board endeavors to incorporate traditional knowledge more intentionally into its process by seeking and inviting traditional knowledge holders recognized by their community, tribe, or other organizations to share their experiences, values, alternative and/or independent observations and data collections directly with the board. And this is critical that people have to understand that as written presently, Whoever it is that testified must be recognized either by their community, the tribe, or other organization which they claim to be representing, because we've had 5 people apply to participate under this process, and only one was not allowed to do so because it didn't make that nexus. For the purposes of this meeting, this invitation will be made through a new agenda item. The board will provide the opportunity to sign up to provide traditional knowledge relevant to the proposals and subject matter under consideration at this meeting. The time allowance will be 10 minutes. This is intended to be a trial or pilot approach to incorporating the specific information into the board process. The board, through its process committee meeting, will solicit feedback on this approach and suggestions on how it might be improved for future regulatory board meetings. For additional details and definitions, please refer to RC 74 from the 2023 Lower Cook Inlet Finfish meeting. And with that, there were, as I said, 5 people who asked to participate, 4 of which met the criteria. And the names I have, and I presume will go in the order in which they submitted, is Nick Jasic, Sarah Hudkins, Donald Sandover Sr., and Lauren Lehman. Is Nick Jasic in the audience? Please come forward, sir. And start your presentation, 1, by identifying yourself, and secondly, what organization, community, or tribe you'll be representing. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Jasic. I live in Kenai, Alaska. My mother is Katrina Dalchok Jasic, and my grandfather is Macarius Mac Dalchok. I am Ka'anutana Dena'ina, and a citizen of the Kenaitze Indian tribe, and I am here on the behalf of the Kenaitze Indian tribe, reading our statement into record. Kenaitze Indian Tribe is a federally recognized tribal government reorganized in 1971 under the statutes of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, as amended for Alaska in 1936. Kenaitze currently has 2,023 enrolled tribal members who are Ka'anutana Dena'ina at the Baskin. As the people of Katnu, our word for Kenai, the Kenai River, Kenaitze has lived by and fished from this river and the waters of Takatnu since time, Takatnu, our word for Cook Inlet, since time immemorial. The nutrient-rich fish that has historically provided such critical sustenance for our families continues to be the cultural foundation of our identity today. We do everything with the consideration of our community and the land. When we fish, we are not only able to provide healthy food for our people, but we find a connection with our ancestors who have passed down their knowledge and traditions, reinforcing the bonds of our community as we catch and preserve, sharing the work of the harvest altogether. We would like to submit these comments regarding the supplemental notice of proposed changes in the regulation of the Alaska Board of Fisheries issued on December 6, 2023. Kenaitze is pleased with the Alaska Board of Fisheries' current endeavors to incorporate traditional knowledge into their decision-making process. We urge the importance of equity in this process, especially seeing it as a path forward for our people to actively participate in the fisheries management process in a fair and just way. We believe a push for equity ensures active participation and accountability through every step of the process that directly impacts our traditional way of life. While our knowledge system is recognized as an important worldview for informing management decisions, it is vital to understand that our cultural worldview and the systems of stewardship are holistically linked to well-being across individuals and our community. The way we see and understand the world is a product of the millennia-long relationship that we've had with our natural environment and is based on a careful system of values and observations that we continue to pass through our generations as an ever-evolving and dynamic body of literature and knowledge. We are encouraged by the board's efforts to recognize the value of these insights as an important source of information that could greatly enrich the state of Alaska's approaches to the ultimate benefit of all tribes, stakeholders, and user groups. We also hope that as a part of this cooperative process, the board will make a conscious effort to actively recognize the barriers and limitations that have constrained the ability for our community to have an active and meaningful role in this process. This is especially true at a time when our community members are witnessing the ongoing effects of climate change environmental degradation, and management decisions that have directly impacted our salmon and their habitat. As we witness these impacts in our fisheries, we also witness the direct cultural impact and shifts within our communities as well. We hope the incorporation of our knowledge systems will be a path forward to working collaboratively to craft timely solutions for the benefit of our people and all of those who rely on these fisheries. The Kenichi Indian Tribe is therefore cautiously optimistic about these recent developments, and we look forward to further engaging with the Board of Fisheries in the process surrounding these new efforts to more effectively consider our knowledge and culture. Chicknick, thank you.
Any questions? Marit?
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for being here today and for sharing the thoughts of the tribe. You mentioned in your testimony that there were barriers and limitations that the tribe felt were presented for participating or having a meaningful role. I might be paraphrasing a bit here. Can you help me understand what some of those are from the tribe's perspectives? And that'll help, look for ways we might address them in the future?
Yes, through the chair. Something that's really common in our communities is, all our families have very specific stories. And a lot of us, we have a lot of similar stories of family members who are not able to fish or not able to, feed food for their family specifically. With me, my family, it's something that's very similar too. My grandfather, Mac Dalchok, he was a commercial fisherman growing up, and he also subsisted too all throughout the Cotonou and Cotonou as well. And later into his life, he actually had to leave Kenai because he was not able to do that. And whenever I would talk to him about this, he said, I had to leave Kenai because I just wanted to eat a hot meal. And I want to make sure that those stories like that are not going into our future, that our children and our children's children are able to go forth in this process and are able to live how we have for thousands of years. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So it's more about a barrier and participation and access to the resources versus the process, or both?
Yes, through the chair, I feel like a lot of these are really linked together. They can't necessarily be separated. Our stewardship is all linked, like I said, to our community well-being and access to our fisheries and how we are able to steward these fisheries. We've had a long system of stewardship that is no longer able to take place within our rivers and hasn't for quite some time, and that has been noticeable impacts within our communities and our families.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Any other questions from board members? Thank you, sir. Next person is Sarah Hudkins. Sarah in the room. Here she is. Okay. You have to turn the mic on. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sarah Hudkins, and I appreciate the time today to share about my family's legacy and traditional knowledge. In addition, I appreciate the support from Kenai Peninsula Fishermen's Association, where I sit as a director. To put faces about what I'm about to share, you can refer to Public Comment 124 submitted by KPFA, which shows my family. I'm also a Kenichi tribal member, and I appreciate their presence here today as well. Thank you, sorry. What I'd like to share is based on my own personal experiences and what's been shared to me by my elders. My grandfather, Ole Frostad, immigrated to Alaska from Norway in the early 1920s. He first went to Seattle in 1923 and then traveled to Kenai in 1924, where he met homesteader Jack Lewis. Jack had the original homestead trap. My grandpa Ole worked at Libby McNeil and Libby Fish Traps on Salamadoff Beach, same location where my family's fishery is conducted today. My grandpa purchased a small piece of land on the beach from Jack Lewis for $200, which was a lot of money back in those days. He then built himself a beach cabin out of the old fish trap. Our cabin still stands there today. My grandfather began having children in Kenai in 1932, and in 1940, my grandmother Mary and my grandfather Ole welcomed twins to the family, one being my father Lars. My father told me that he and his twin brother were the first twins to ever both survive on the Kenai Peninsula, and when they were born, the midwife put them in the oven to keep them warm. My dad and his 4 siblings were raised on the beach, working alongside my grandfather and my grandmother. Our cabin walls, built from the old fish traps, are historic in themselves. When you stand within them, that's when the real history lesson begins. From the permit cards that spread out over decades, agates displayed, collected by people present and past, black and white photos from the good old days. My favorite photo on the wall, a worn one of my grandfather cooking sourdough hotcakes on the stove, and right next to it is a photo of me from the day I was born. My elders thought we looked a lot alike, and it's been hanging on the cabin wall for nearly 50 years. I never had the honor to meet my grandfather as he passed away before I was born, but from all the stories that I've heard about him, I sure wish I did. Our family's way of life survives the Statehood Act, which outlawed fish traps, putting fisheries back into the hands of individuals. At that time, my grandfather transitioned to set netting, which our family has done together ever since. Everyone always has their purpose, and men, women, and children work alongside each other. As my dad and his siblings grew up, they brought their partners to the beach, then their children. It's just what you did. Most kids went to camp for the summer. We spent summers at fish camp with our family. The little boat that my grandfather used to row out to the fish trap hangs as a relic in our shop. For much of my childhood, Sarah's toy, which was spray painted on the back, remained on the beach while she couldn't float. It provided hours and hours of entertainment for me. It was my playpen. I was the luckiest girl for sure. On occasion, my dad would take the time to jump in the boat. We'd throw out an old piece of net. We'd throw out an old anchor onto the sand, of course, and pretend like we were fishing. On occasion, he would actually get in the boat and we'd have a tea party. Those who knew my dad might think this is unbelievable, but I promise, during our tea parties, he had a softer side than a gruff old fisherman they knew. The old Ward's Cove cannery was cleaned out a few years ago, and Lisa Gabriel phoned to let me know they had uncovered the Libby McNeil and Libby fish trap sign that hung on the end of the trap my grandfather worked. We were honored and are still very honored to now have that proudly displayed in our shop. The trap records are safely tucked away, and if only the sign could share the stories of what life was back then. There were no VHF radios or cell phones as there are today, and hand signals were used on the beach to set the nets, pop the anchors, or tell a tractor driver to go or stop. While we are connected by too much technology today, I was raised using these and instilled the same on my children and grandchildren. I'll tell someone to pop the anchor. It's just what we do. It's those special things that have continued over generations. My dad, like my grandfather, loved to play cribbage, and when they weren't busy fishing or fixing, they both enjoyed sharing meals with other fishermen on the beach, especially their famous sourdough hotcakes. That's just a staple on every fish day. Today, besides running my own skiff, you'll find me on the griddle, often in rain gear, flipping hotcakes myself, just as my grandfather was doing in that treasure photo hanging on the cabin wall. My dad dedicated his life to commercial fishing just as my grandfather did. Their work ethic was top-notch, and they instilled and expected that from all that worked alongside them. My father was quoted in a documentary stating that my grandfather was a man of honesty, wouldn't cheat anyone. If anyone was going to get cheated, he would cheat himself. Always willing to help a neighbor, and he had new fishermen coming around asking how something was done. He would never hesitate and was always willing to help. He was a hardworking man all the way up until the day he died. Most who knew my father would say the same about him, and they definitely instilled that same mentality on my family. Today, if you visit us on Salamatoff Beach, my husband Jason and I will welcome you in the cabin for a cup of coffee, sourdough hotcake breakfast, to share stories of the past and our hopes for the future. Now, our twins, Shayla and Trenton, and our youngest Gavin, all grown adults, will join us at the table as well, while our grandchildren, Sophia, Ava, and William, will be running amok on the beach with our golden retriever, Bodie. We still hear my dad's voice saying, if it's broke, fix it, which means fix it again, and maybe even again before you buy new. Time and tide wait for no one, meaning you can be early, but don't be late. You're not so sweet, you're gonna melt, Sarah. When I was dreading a dark night pick, the waves were huge and it was raining sideways. See something, say something, especially when it comes to safety on the beach. And a rare atta-girl. Almost as rare as Sarah's toy tea parties, but always welcomed. Lastly, but not surprising to those who know me today, my dad would say, Sarah, sometimes you just talk too damn much. So with that, I'll sign off today, give myself an atta-girl, and wish us all the best as we navigate these days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the full board will give you an atta girl as well. Any questions from board members? Thank you, Sarah. Next person up is Donald Sandover Sr. Is Donald Sandover Sr. in the room? Please come forward. The mic needs to be turned
Can you hear
on.
me now?
There it is. The light's on now. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Donald Standifer Sr. I'm from the native village of Tyonek. I was born in Tyonek, born and raised there, except for a few schooling years. I was born in 1952, 7 years before there was a state of Alaska. That's where my ancestors were born before me. When I was a kid, our means of transportation was dogs and sled, and which we hauled wood and trapping and everything else with. I always tell my grandkids I'm part caveman because we didn't have no phones, we didn't have no TVs, we didn't have no electricity nor water. And there was a lot of trap lines back then. All that changed in the mid-60s when Tyonek leased their former reservation out to the oil companies. And then everything became modern over there. And but one important thing is Tyonek has always continued to live its traditional lifestyle. It never gave up, and to this day it's still utilized. 45 years ago, I sat before this board, and I was representing the native village of Tyonek at the time, and I turned in a proposal to open our subsistence and give back to us, considering that the board opened the king salmon fishing to the sports fishing industry. Prior to that, if some of you may remember, Tyonek was a participant in that back in the early 60s, where they were basically killing off the king salmon, so we, according to our records, Tyonek was one of them to help conserve the king salmon. And the whole Cook Inlet was shut down so they could rebuild. And I can't remember how long. I think it was something like 10, 15 years or something like that, where nobody fished it. No sport fishermen, no commercial fishermen, no nothing. And that was to save the king salmon. At the time, our proposal was denied, and then we went and sued the Board of Fish, and we were successful in that lawsuit. And continued our way of life, and we monitor it very carefully. all the king salmon that's caught over there. We watch it, and a lot of self-policing, and this year is going to be even more strict on them going along the beach there and make sure everything is done right and so on and so forth. And we take this very serious because that's something that's really important to us. Unlike some other groups, we do not have consultants or decoys submitting proposals to this board. And with regard to commercial fishing, some buyers have threatened to pull out if we don't support the EEZ zone and so on and so forth. But our position is that nobody's ever helped us when our gear got cut back, our fishing periods got cut back, our just totally cut back on everything. And we're here before you to just ask for you to consider our proposals. And, you know, there's probably a 49% chance that'll happen, but but it's worth the effort because Tyonek is a Denina. Actually, we're part of the Tenina Athabascan Indian Village. Captain Cook's journal provided a description of the Upper Cook Inlet Athabascans in 1778. We went out there and met them in canoes and did some trading. Who possessed iron knives. The Indians possessed iron knives, glass beads. He concluded that we're indirectly trading with the Russians between 1836 and 1840. Half of the region's Indians died from smallpox epidemic. Alaska Commercial Company had a major outpost in Tyonek by 1875. In 1880, Tyonek Station and village believed to be two separate communities had a total of 117 residents, including 109 Athabascans, 6 Creoles, and 2 whites. After gold was discovered at Resurrection Creek in the 1880s, Tyonek became a major disembarkment point for goods and people. The salt was established in 1896 at the mouth of the Chewitna River, just north of Tyonek. In 1915, the Tyonek Reservation, also known as Mekwaki Indian Reservation, was established. The devastating influenza epidemic of 1918 and 19, a few survivors among the Athabascans of the village left a few survivors. The village moved its present location atop a bluff when the old site near town timber flooded in the 1930s. One of the major contributors of salmon overharvest in Cook Inlet was the fish traps. And back then, this when a lot of the canneries established fish traps all over Cook Inlet and basically devastated the fish stocks. Fish traps, some of our old timers say that just because the period closed didn't mean the fish traps closed, it just kept on catching. And so that was over, and then in the 50s, then when statehood finally came on in 1959, then there was a lot more conservative control over the fish. And a lot of that was attributed to the poor management by the federal government and the foreign fishing fleet. And to go on further, bring you up to a little more modern times. The Tyonek Tribal Conservation District was formed by Tyonek in 2009. In 2009, we saw a need for conservation of our fish and wildlife. We didn't only form the Tyonek Tribal Conservation District, we helped all of Alaska and rural Alaska to do likewise. And I can't remember the number right offhand, but almost every region in Alaska has one. And that's to conserve fish and wildlife and also to grow vegetables type of thing all over. In the Tyonek area, that's been really successful. And we're putting in a culvert this coming summer. Is going to be one of the biggest culverts in Alaska that had ever been put in to get the replacing the old culvert. The Tyonek Conservation District covers 6.6 million acres of rural area in south central Alaska, defined as the traditional hunting and fishing grounds of the Tobona Tyonek people. The ongoing abundance of the subsistence food sources such as salmon, moose, shellfish, halibut, marine mammals, or other wildlife and berries are not only essential economically in the remote region, they support the well-being and cultural practice of this tribal community.
Mr. Sandover, you've run out of time. Could you conclude your remarks?
Yeah, that's, could I just give the highlights really fast, the most important part?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Since 2009, TTCD has monitored anadromous streams, restored salmon habitat, monitored invasive plants and fish, and provided technical assistance for energy and waste products. Through our fish passage restoration project, we have replaced 12 culverts, opening up 45 upstream miles and nearly 600 lakes to salmon. Over the past 9 seasons, we have partnered with the Native Village of Tyonek and Alaska Department of Fish and Game and to remove over 7,600 invasive northern pike from the salmon-bearing streams around the Tyonek and Beluga areas. We sample and map the remote areas of our district, contributing important data to the anadromous waters catalog, and we continue to identify priority watershed and aquatic resources. And going into the future, in my closing remarks, is that we're going to be doing more analysis, and I don't know who or what we're going to, but we're looking at enhancing a lot of the salmon, and particularly the habitat, and make them grow better.
Thank you very much. And if there's something that you had to skip over because of time restraints, please do so in RC and fill that on in. That would be much appreciated. Any questions from board members? Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. And also, the Tyonek Conservation District is a model for stewardship. And your fish passage and all that you're doing is great there. I was on another level, I was wondering if you have observations over the years of marine mammals in your area, both the beluga and the seals.
Yeah, we've been participating with NOAA on a lot of the marine mammals, and particularly belugas. And matter of fact, we do have a proposal here to shut down the hooligan harvesting for the commercial fishermen. And the reason is, there's really no scientific data, and it's just your best guess on how much hooligans we are taking. We did notice on the catch ratio, like in Townick, they use little tiny nets to catch hooligans over there, and for the last couple of years, it's been really poor over there. I know in the Beluga River you catch a lot of them, but it's like way north of us.
Any additional questions, Mike?
Yeah, have you seen an increase in seals in your area in the last 20 years?
Yeah, there's a lot of seals, Nobody harvests them anymore, and I think a lot of them are wiping out the smaller streams, particularly the Ivan Lewis and Theodore River, and in part due to the Chutna River, because I know I'm a fisherman, commercial fisherman too, and also a subsistence user, and I see there's a lot of seals out there. I mean, there are herds of them.
Thank you for your comments.
But
Mr. Swenson?
Yes, thanks for coming in today. It was, I really enjoyed the history. So the village isn't harvesting seals now, like they used to?
no, they probably take one at the most per year.
But they could take more.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was just curious as to why they weren't harvesting as many. I didn't know if they'd put some limit on them or that. Thank
Well,
you.
A lot of the old timers, they used to eat a lot of seals, and a lot of these younger kids, they just don't have no taste for it, I guess.
Okay, well, thank you. I've never tried a seal either myself, and I was born and raised here, but be curious to what they do taste like.
Yeah, my mom really liked it, my dad didn't.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming in.
Any other questions, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, thank you for your report today. Appreciate it. And I think the historical context is fascinating and useful. Clearly, Tyonek has a long history of conservation and stewardship. My question to you is, the department gave a report yesterday about subsistence, and according to their numbers, the amount necessary for subsistence for Tyonek is being met. From your perspective, are your people or the village of Tyonek getting what they need for subsistence fish?
Yeah, for example, on the Kings, we're allocated, I think it's 4,000 total for the community, and what they do there is basically take what they need type of thing. And I think everybody's happy.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we worked with Tyonek on the subsistence fishery out front, and we have some significant conservation concerns about northern Cook Inlet Chinook salmon in general. So I guess I'm wondering, is there some opportunity to work again with your community to figure out how we could address those conservation concerns without having a significant impact on your subsistence lifestyle? Are there some things we could do to improve reporting of information to make it more timely? And also to look at potentially ways that we could, I hate to say this, but restrict subsistence harvest in a way while we're trying to rebuild these stocks so that over a longer term, we can continue to provide those subsistence opportunities moving forward.
Yeah, that's, you're who? What's your name? Sorry.
I'm Doug Vincent Lang, the Commissioner of Fish and Game.
Okay.
We've met before.
Yeah. Townick is always leery on compromising, mostly because every time we do something, for example, like we said, okay, we agree we're going to cut back on our fishing periods, or we're going to cut back on our gear, and then we cut back and then we never get it back. So we always take the approach of no net loss type of attitude, unless it's, real, and we don't want nothing to happen to the salmon either. And we've actually, in our past voluntarily, stood down, just like the belugas. We stood down and encouraged NOAA to not hunt them until they rebuild.
So based on your traditional knowledge in the area, you've fished this for generations, for a long time. So what do you think is the stock composition of Chinook salmon that are caught in your marine nets? Is that mostly local stocks that are going through the northern part of Cook Inlet, or is that mostly a mixture of stocks that are heading to the Susitna River, Little Susitna River, and other places?
This is a really interesting question. I've been online and trying to, I'm no online genius, but I looked everywhere. I do remember they did I think it was a scaling sample over there in Tyonek, and they gave a presentation to the public there, and I still remember this, but I can't find the documents, and I was gonna bring it to you. But the king salmon, at the time, they told us, the biologist there, whoever was doing the studies, said that the eastern side is the ones that go to the Susitna the most. And ours went to more local streams to us. The beluga, chewit, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. That helps.
And thank you, Commissioner, for opening up that dialogue, and I hope it continues into the future. Just one last reminder if you want to sign up for public testimony, you've only got about 5 more minutes to do so, and I encourage you to come forward and do so. Mr. Sandover, I have 2 questions. One probably shows my ignorance, but heck, I don't know everything about everything. The seal issue. I understand that you're legally capable or entitled to harvest the seals, but if I understood your testimony correctly, it is diminished down to 1 or 2 seals because the next generation just doesn't have a taste for it. Is there a restriction on your harvest that you must be used for personal use, or could you, for instance, offer services to fishermen in the inlet that are being subject to seal predation, to harvest seals for them?
Yeah, we've, I don't know about the legalities of it. Some smart attorney would have to figure that out. But, take, for example, in Washington State, where they did those seals up there by the dam, where they went there and culled them. And that was exemption there, where they could go there to control them. I know they're doing damage, I really do.
Yeah, and
All the fishermen over there knows it, and they also get into the subsistence nets and, bite them in half and all that stuff.
might be something worthwhile just asking the law to respond. In fact, I'll do that. If law could tell us what the restrictions, if any, are on the native harvest of seals, I would appreciate knowing that.
That's something I can look into and get back to you.
I appreciate it. The second part of your testimony that caught my attention, and I didn't follow it through, and you raised the issue of the EEZ, the ongoing litigation that's happening, and your response is that nobody was helping you folks when the restrictions were going in, but I didn't hear the conclusion. Are you actively involved in trying to address the issues being raised before the court, or are you taking a standoff position and let it go where it's going to go?
We're kind of doing a standoff position, but we're also doing a proposal to them to, right now we could get subsistence halibut, but you have to go way down there by Nanwalek. And we're kind of asking if they could bring the boundaries up north a little bit where we'd be closer to Tyonek. Historically, that's where we always went and caught our halibut.
Thank you very much. Mr. Godfrey has a question.
Yeah, I appreciate your testimony, and I'm curious, I can relate to the younger generation not having necessarily a taste for seal, and I understand that. I'm a Lutnik Silpiak, and it's been a few generations since I think any of my people had necessarily a taste for seal, notwithstanding the seal liver, which is generally viewed pretty favorably by a lot of people in my villages in the Kodiak Island where I come from. But I guess I'm curious, is there not a harvest of the seal for traditional uses such as the pelt, perhaps the oil, traditional uses of the intestinal lining for traditional Gore-Tex and things of that sort that doesn't occur still? Because, I mean, I certainly understand not harvesting necessarily for the meat, but for alternate purposes, or is that just more work than people are probably interested in if they're not going to have the meat?
Yeah, there's a few people that does that.
Thank you.
Nothing of significance, but they are there.
Any other questions? Mr. Swenson?
Well, I was just going to make the comment that there's a lot of seals that sit off the mouth of the big Susitna River, because I fly that area quite often, and during the fish seasons, there's a lot of seals there.
Yep, there's herds of them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're asking a lot of questions about seals here. Seals are covered under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. So there is a opportunity for Alaska natives to harvest seals, but the use of those seals is fairly limited to customary and traditional practices, and you can use parts of it, but you just can't go out and wholesale harvest them and not use them for those purposes. So it's fairly tightly regulated by the Marine Mammal Protection Act.
You know, that's what I was asking earlier for law to respond as well, yeah.
Yeah, and then sound like our brothers from the north that, really go after seals, they like to get those down in Homer rather than these in Cook Inlet for some reason.
Mike Wood?
I'd just like to follow up with what the commissioner said. I agree. I mean, I spent the last 2 months trying to figure this out, talking to Juneau and the feds and trying to understand. And if they do stock assessments and whatnot in areas for marine mammals, and it's there's really no information. I talked to 2 people down there about it, and I've gotten a little bit of literature sent to me, but it's a really, I've tried to genuinely understand how this could work, to at least even know if this is a historic problem, if the levels are higher than they used to be and whatnot. But everywhere we go, we hear that seals have been, or otters, but typically seals are a problem. And it would be great to be able to work with the feds to even understand if they are a problem. Is this an overpopulation thing, or is this just the way we perceive it right now?
So now you got me started a little bit. So marine mammals are covered under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and under that act, they're managed for their optimal sustained population level. That means that from an ecosystem function level, they are managed for their optimal numbers at the expense of the rest of the ecosystem. There is little doubt seals are having, and other marine mammals are having significant impact on salmon populations throughout Alaska. How you get to a harvest strategy is very difficult. There are some opportunities to do predation management on marine mammals, but it's only limited in the Columbia River right now, where one species of marine mammals is potentially affecting an endangered species. It's listed under the Endangered Species Act, and that is Columbia River steelhead. So there's some predation management going on down there, but it's only authorized for the recovery of an endangered species. It is very difficult to get to a point of doing management of a marine mammal for predation control on salmon without that endangered species listing, because you can't jeopardize their optimal optimal population numbers. So very hard. In Southeast Alaska, there's a little bit of effort that was going underway on sea otters, but again, because the optimal population number is 70,000 sea otters down there, and you're still at 35,000, it becomes very difficult to do that, so.
Okay, and of course, with the beluga, I understand the endangered species thing, but are harbor seals listed as endangered species?
No, they are not, but they're managed under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and they're managed for their optimal population numbers across the state.
So it's unheard of to even request, the state to request from the feds that there be some kind of study into how the impacts, if we're looking at the big picture, holistically, to say, of the impacts that these marine mammals are having on salmon, especially ones that are threatened or really at a low number, like kings in the Susitna, it seems like effort would be taken to look deeper into this. I mean, rather than just say, it's a marine mammal, we can't kill it, the only loophole is to be from the village of Tyonek, which gives them the opportunity to shoot because, they're native.
I share all of your frustrations, and we have been working with Congress to try to get the Marine Mammal Protection Act changed so that it's not the optimal sustained population level. It is more of an ecosystem function level, but that has been largely met with unsuccess at this point in time.
Anything further? Ms. Carlson, Van Dart, and Ms. Swinson.
Thank you. Just to add to the discussion, I might be opening up a bit of a can here, but it's not necessarily just the taste that younger generations may or may not have for seal. Many of us, myself included, are precluded under the Marine Mammal Protection Act from harvesting because of a blood quantum number. So we are literally quantified by our native, how much native we are, which, I have a lot of personal feelings about and thoughts about, but this is an example of sort of an application of that and how that might be affecting, a broader sort of scale issues. So again, it's a bit of a can, but just because you're native from the native village of Tyonek does not necessarily mean that you can harvest a seal. You have to be eligible under that federal number, arbitrary as it may be.
Just a quick follow-up, Natasha from Kodiak brought that up as well, and I've tried to follow up on that too, and nobody seems to agree with that from everyone I speak with.
I would love somebody to sit down and explain all this in English.
Well,
That's
Mr.
part-
Chair, I will guarantee that if you want to get a bunch of emails from across the United States, open up the Marine Mammal Protection Act.
But I really think this is part of the benefit of having Mr. Stanover and having this opportunity for the board to have this
absolutely.
conversation. So thank you very much.
Absolutely agree. Mr. Swinson?
Oh, I just wanted to make one quick comment that Israel probably has also, but I've seen an occasional seal at Lake Creek, which is 70 miles from, that's 70 air miles from Anchorage. River miles would be even more. So they get around.
Yeah, they go up a lot of streams too.
Appreciate you very much, Mrs. Sandover. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And last person to present on traditional knowledge is Lauren Lehman. You in the room, Governor? Here he comes.
Good morning, Chairman Wood and members of the Board of Fisheries and Mr. Commissioner. Good to see you as well as your staff in the room. I'm Lauren Lehman. While I reside in Anchorage, today I am representing the Ninilchik Traditional Council as well as my own family. The Traditional Council is the governing arm of Ninilchik Village Tribe, which counts nearly 1,000 people in its membership. It is the largest employer in Ninilchik, and many members are set net and drift fishermen in Cook Inlet. Others harvest by sport, personal use, and subsistence fishing means. Our members respect the land and water, are concerned about the resource, and want to protect the environment, including fish habitat. Greg Insulesky, the president and chairman of the Traditional Council, asked me this week to pass on his personal disappointment, not only with not being able to be here, but with how the fishery has been managed over the years, especially allowing the targeting of large kings in the Kenai River for decades and seeing a resulting impact on the returning stock. However, both of us recognize that king salmon decline is complex, and neither he nor I believe that this is the full cause. We're just commenting on an impact that may be greater than incidental catches of kings by the east side set net fishery. I was raised in Ninilchik and have participated in the set net fishery since statehood in 1959. Before that, my father, Nick Lehman, built and operated a fish trap in the same area. When Dad was just 16, he and his younger brother, Joe, built and operated a trap at Waterfall. That's just south of the Clam Gulch Road. And you can still see evidence of where these traps were located. There's steel stakes and salt-cured posts protrude from the sand at low tide. Well, traps were unfortunately outlawed when Alaska became a state. Just think about what we could do with selective harvesting and quality control if we still allowed them. Of course, and I know this time with local ownership. My paternal grandfather, Joe Lehman, fished a net close to Ninilchik as early as 1911. So it's fair to say the Lehman family has been fishing in this area most of the past 112 years. You'd think we'd learn during that time. One day in the fall of 1958, I remember Dad, I was accompanying him to his fish trap location, and he had already taken his trap down for the season and piled poles high above the tide. And he wanted to secure them better with guy wire. And while he was doing that, he turned to me and said, Lauren, I don't think I'm going to need these anymore. He knew statehood was coming, and with it, the banning of fish traps. And I remember him looking out wistfully at the water and saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. Those words didn't have much meaning to me then, as they did many years later when I took on the responsibilities of adulthood and family. Dad was 40 years old when he lost the trap. That's what he had done for his life since he was 16. And he had a 9th grade education. That's all that was available in Ninilchik when he went through school. He had a wife and 3 young boys. Other jobs in the area were very limited. So he tried his hand at both drifting and set netting. He didn't last long as a drifter. And when we started set netting in 1959, our season opened on May 25th, and by regulation extended to December 31st. Well, the practical ending date was more like October 8th because of the onset of cold weather and the tail end of the coho run. I recall coming down to our beach cabin with Dad early in the morning for a 7 a.m. opening, finding a layer of ice on our wash basin, grabbing my gloves, boots, and slickers, and then setting a beach net with a truck and running line in the semi-darkness. Well, late season fishing helped pay my way through college. But through Board of Fish action, we lost time at both ends of our season. We learned and taught valuable lessons in discipline, hard work, and integrity. We estimate that over those years, we hired 150 to 200 young men for our crew and perhaps 12 or so young women. 2 fathers told me after the season when their sons had fished for us, I sent you a boy. You sent me back a man. And one time we invited a young woman from Ninilchik to help us for a few days. We got slammed with pinks. And that doesn't happen very often, but she had been taught well by her father and outpicked just about all the young men we've ever had on our crew. These workers went on to fish at other sites in Cook Inlet and Bristol Bay. They attended college, service academies, medical school, seminary, trade schools, and they've since owned their own fishing businesses, become engineers, pilots, doctors, nurses, teachers, coaches, mechanics, carpenters, painters, electricians, entrepreneurs, and even legislators. We purchase food and fuel, supplies, tools, outboard motors, repair services, and more from local vendors, and sell fish to local processors. We have hosted countless visitors and friends, including fish and game area biologists and administrators. And Commissioner, I don't remember for sure if you came to our site, but you are welcome to do so, and I hope you do. Tribal leaders, Governor Dunleavy, Senator Sullivan, Senator Machicki, Representative Vance, and many others. Ours is a story, I believe, is similar to what several hundred other Cook Inlet fishermen could tell. So as we consider solutions, let's ask, what's the cost of a season closure? By my accounting, perhaps $50 million for the 2023 season. But if the intangibles are included, the cost is immeasurable. Could it have been done differently and still protected a weakened stock? Absolutely. The estimate by the department of large late-run Kenai River kings caught by all the set nets the last season we fished in 2022 was 41. Is it worth over-escaping 2 million reds to the Kasilof and Kenai River in exchange for those kings? I don't think so. In the last season, drifters caught 35 of these kings, and no one is talking about closing them, nor should they. We went to 24 meshes deep for most of our gear after our first season in 1959. Admittedly, we didn't do it to reduce our king catch. It had more to do with managing our catch of kelp and other seaweed that is prevalent in our area. But looking back, we now believe it had an ancillary benefit to king bycatch. We seldom catch a king anymore, so it's tough to spot a pattern. But when we did, almost never were they ever in our beach nets or flat nets. Those are the nets that are within 600 feet of the mean high tide mark. That restriction is a tool that is far better than a total shutdown. We aren't saying to ignore the decline in king salmon returns to the Kenai River, but we are asking you to consider options that are less painful to those of us who have been fishing the 60 miles of beach from Ninilchik to Nikiski, in many cases for decades. Reduction in gear length and depth, selective restriction to 600 feet or even a quarter mile, counting all the kings, setting a more realistic SEG target and dropping the OEG, releasing live kings, and intensive monitoring of kings that are harvested, perhaps with a cap, are all tools that can be part of a management plan. I say in closure, our family and hundreds of other members of the Ninilchik Traditional Council don't really want a handout, but rather the opportunity to carry on the fishing traditions we have practiced for generations. One of the greatest compliments I have been paid came from my own son, who's in the room. He said, "Dad, thank you for teaching me how to work. I want you to teach my children the same." I hope my health, my patience, and the opportunity will still enable me to do that. Our two daughters probably didn't enjoy fishing quite as much as our son, but they were good sports about it, came out in the skiff with me and helped a lot with beach support. We love working together as a family. Best wishes as you consider options to get us back in the water. We don't want set netting to become a relic of the past.
If you could conclude your remarks. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions from board? Mr. Swenson.
Oh, thanks for coming in Mr. Lehman. What do you think, you talk about the loss to the set netters and the commercial side. What do you think the loss is to the sports side with these restrictions?
The loss is substantial, but we're the only ones who are totally out of business. The sport people, the guides, and the people who go with guides still are able to fish, just not ostensibly to target the king. And, of course, to release it if they do. But we can't even be in the water.
Well, there's been a tremendous loss. I've seen a lot of sport up the rivers. They're not fishing anymore. The seasons are closed. They're restricted. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have paired restrictions.
Well, paired restrictions was an idea that to some sounded good. It's turned out to be not a good idea. And, I've gone through some of the numbers. The exchange of 2 million reds for perhaps 40 or, maybe 80 kings is not a good deal. It's a bad exchange.
Well, that things have changed over the years, and 2/3 of the population of Alaska lives in the south central area. And I think this has precipitated a lot of the change in the allocation of fish also. So I think that's other things that, we need to be concerned with.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I grew up in Alaska, as did you, and I'm well aware of how the increased population has put additional pressure on the resource, and we've had to flex with the adjustments that have made because of that.
Well, hopefully for all of us, the fish numbers come back and there's enough fish to accommodate everybody.
Right. Yeah, we're just asking for an opportunity to fish while we help the fish come back.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
we don't believe we're the reason, certainly not the total reason for the decline, and we want to do our part to help the fish stocks come back.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's blaming you for the total decline, but thanks for coming in.
Mike Wood.
Thank you so much for that history. That was stuff I just never knew, and especially your perception of the fish trap is very educational when you're looking for large means to catch and release unharmed selectively. You're also very well-spoken, and appreciate you coming with so many, options on the table, with your wealth of experience. And I must say, on a personal level, I'm dealing with a father who's, losing his memory right now, and as we speak, and he has nothing to remember except the hard work and the old days. And work ethic he is just, passed on to me. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Commissioner? Margaret?
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for being here today and for sharing your perspectives. You mentioned, I think, to dispose of the OEG, and I'm wondering what you think a reasonable number would be if we're looking to continue to conserve and hopefully rebuild king salmon. So I'm just curious on your thoughts on that.
Are you asking a reasonable number for the SCG?
Yeah.
If we-
And also what you think a reasonable number perhaps would be for a king salmon take in the SetNet fleet.
Probably have to give that some thought and talk to some of the others. I don't know if 300 is the right number or 200. I really don't know. I'd kind of venture, just mentioning those numbers may plant ideas in your head, which you probably have anyway. But I think a reasonably small number, that indicates we're doing all we can to keep that number down, including releasing of kings. Man, it's painful to me to roll a king out, okay, I'll admit that. We really enjoy king salmon and enjoy eating it. It's, perhaps our favorite fish, but we enjoy the others, and we would rather do that to keep our fishery than not do that. So,
Thank you for that. My intention is not to try and put you on the spot and spit a number out necessarily, but, the board has got these numbers that we've got to consider, right? We've got an OEG, we've got an SEG, I think last year, the department met the SEG, but just barely. So the margins are incredibly slim. And so, I was just trying to get your perspective on that, and if you want to have follow-up conversations and connect, I'd be very interested in what your thoughts are in that space. But that's kind of why I'm asking the question, is because, the margins around these kings are very slim in terms of producing or not producing yield, as the case may be, and what sort of the longer-term implications for that would be. I don't disagree with much of what you said. I'm just trying to work out how this could come together in a reasoned action plan. Thank you.
I'll just give you an example from our site. The last year we fished, 2022, we caught one king for the season. I fished normally 6 permits, 20 nets. It's a fairly large operation. It was reduced then because we were reduced to, to 2/3 of the gear. But we caught one, and then maybe 8 or so small 8-pound kings that were bound for the Ninilchik River. Most of them had the adipose fin clipped, which, means they were hatchery kings. I fished near the Ninilchik River. It's not unusual to get those small kings, but that was it. And, we're just not catching kings anymore. And if it meant the difference of being able to fish the season, I would have painfully rolled that king out and let it go to my neighbor or on up the inlet.
Anything further? Commissioner, you want to be recognized?
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. So if there were a cap put on the fishery, Lauren, what would you see as a means of enforcing that cap? Because it would potentially incentivize rolling kings out of nets, which have mortality associated with them. Could you see something like mandatory retention or something that would give the department an estimate of the number of kings that were actually taken? How would you deal with home pack? All those different questions.
Well, home pack, and, when we've kept a king, we record that. It goes on the ticket. We say what size it was, and, and identify that. I believe that most fishermen are going to be honest about it. I'm not sure exactly how to deal with all the details of it, but I think there's a way to do it. I think the desire to be in the water is so great, just to be able to be back doing it, that people are going to be honest about it and do their best. It's just like when you have catch and release in a river, there's things you're supposed to do to make sure that fish survives. And, what are people really doing that? I don't know. I hope so.
So a second question then, and I did visit your site, I think it was probably about 15 years ago, and I think when you were lieutenant governor. But the question I have is, what do you think are some of the more alternative gears? You talked about fish traps as being one. They were illegal, but there are different designs that kind of mirror a fish trap that aren't necessarily a fish trap, like beach seine gear, a variety of other things. Do you think any of those gear types have applicability in the Ninilchik district for fishing as a way of trying to have live release of kings?
Well, they probably do. I mentioned the trap because I think that ship has sailed, quite frankly. It would be a good technique, with what we're dealing with now, to have traps and operate them. But how you implement that will be very difficult, because we have so many more people involved in the fishery than we had previously, where we had traps. Traps previously were spaced at least a mile apart, and in many cases more than that. And so the numbers of traps in the inlet was, I don't remember what the number is, if there was 100 traps or 80. I'm sure you have that number, maybe not right on you, but my father had trap records, and, you know, he could tell you what he caught on July 17th, 1953, you know, type of thing. And I think, you know, that could be, would we do it as a means to help bring the catch down so we don't over-escape the rivers? I guess if we really wanted to, we could make that happen. And I know there's some other alternatives that people have suggested with effectively mini traps or ways to funnel fish into, you know, area catch. And those would be difficult, but there's probably alternative ways to catch fish.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Mrs. Ray?
And could you just speak on, yeah, I've heard this mentioned, could you just speak on the idea of dip nets as being a, you know, way to, you know, an alternate method?
For dip nets is an alternative method for people like us?
For the set nets, yeah.
I'd be dipping a long time where I fish down at the south end of the upper subdistrict. We strain a lot of water to catch the fish we do. It's different as you get closer to the rivers, especially when the fish move as a mass toward the rivers. I would guess that some of those sites near the rivers catch as much in one day as we do in a season. So we're straining a lot of water, and I'd probably, if I put a dip net out at our place, I'd probably be coming back empty, or I might occasionally get a flounder or a spiny dogfish or something, but not likely to catch too many salmon.
And that's what I've been told too, so I just wanted to hear you say something on it. And you'd have big arm muscles though.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I just have a couple. The number 41 you threw out there earlier in your testimony, what did that reflect?
That was a number that the department produced. I don't have the formula learned, but I know the department did some analysis and has decided, based on that, a certain king, so many are bound for the Susitna River, so many for the Kenai, some for the Kasilof and other streams, and probably depending on where it's caught, they apply that formula, and their best estimate of the total kings caught by in this case, by the east side Sitnet fishery was 41. No, excuse me. Those were the large, late-run Kenai kings.
That were caught by the entire east side fishery?
Yes.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is we have a PC 91 that's got it pegged at 92. And then we have a PC that was put in by the Kenai River Sports Association that shows a methodology of calculating, you know, what numbers were caught or harvested, et cetera. And there are three different sets of numbers. Now, I gave the first two to staff here this morning for them to look at and tell me whether those numbers and methodologies are sound or not. And I've not heard back from staff, so I can't venture a guess on that. I can, but I won't, okay? Did I also understand you to say during the same period of time that this 41 figure was calculated, that the drift intercepted, harvested 31? Is that what the figure was?
Well, it wasn't the same period. It was 2 different years. The numbers that I've looked at said in 2022, which of course is the only year that I can go to look, well, the most recent year I can look at for set netting, because we don't have numbers from 23. The numbers from 2023 for drifters using the department's formula was 35, and I think I'm remembering, I might be off by a handful, their number, the drift fleet number for the previous year, which would be in concert with our numbers of 51, I think. But it's a small number. Well, yeah.
You can probably tell by my questioning, I'm going along the same thrust that Ms. Carlson Van Dart was earlier as far as what would be an appropriate number for the set net fleet. And this is what I'm trying to get my arms around, and we're getting different responses. It seems to me we ought to be able to document something. Next thing is that you, if I understood you correctly, said in your operation you use flag nets. Is that correct?
Did you say flag?
Correct.
Occasionally, I'll flag a net to dump trash out of it, but no, I said flat nets.
Oh, flat.
That flat meaning sand flat. We have a gravel beach, sand flat that sometimes is exposed, a minus tide. We call them flat nets. I'm guessing some other people may call them something else.
No, I misunderstood you. I thought you said flag, and I was going to question you about.
No, that's a good question. We do flag our nets sometimes when we're pulling them to drop, we call it silt, but just things that get caught on a net. If we cut them loose and let them float for a couple minutes, a lot of that will come out. And so we do flag nets, but I was talking about flat nets.
My last question is, we have two proposals later on in the meeting dealing with reef netting. Are you familiar with that method of fishing?
I have heard that term, but I'm not placing what it is. Tell me about it.
Well, somebody else is going to have to do that,
Okay.
because I've never done it myself as well. That's what I was going to ask you about, as far as what we could expect if it were allowed to be used. And like others, I do thank you for your participation, but I'm going to take it one step further. I'm not quite as nice as Ms. Carlson Van Dart is. I am going to try and put you on the spot. I would like you, with your wealth of knowledge and experience in the political world in Alaska, put that to use here and come back during Committee of the Whole and give us what your plan would be if you were the commissioner and we're drafting out how to deal with the issue of Cook Inlet and particularly Kenai Lake Run. So if you would undertake that, I would look very much forward to seeing what you come up with.
I will do what I can to offer my opinions that might get us there. I'd probably look at a short-term, a shorter-term solution and a longer term. What
That would
concerns?
be fine, and I want you to give it some thought, so please come back in the Committee of the Whole, and I'd be very interested in yours, and for that matter, anybody's idea.
Well, what I'm concerned about is if what comes out of this board's actions applies for the next 7 years, I'm, like all of us, I'm running out of time. And, 7 years would put me at an upper end of where I may be participating actively in the fishery and being able to teach those grandchildren. So I really would like to see a shorter-term solution that enables this fishery to be back in the water, but also participate in the rebuilding of our king salmon stocks, which I too am very concerned about.
Well, I'm giving you that opportunity, and I hope you take advantage of it. Any other members? Mr. Swenson?
Well, I think take it a step further too is, in my mind, and the commissioner brought this up, how do we know, how are we going to know how many fish and how do we tell how many fish, how many kings that the set netters are catching? Because I don't think, when it comes to money and it comes to this and that, some are very honest and some aren't so honest. So just like in all parts of the life, and I'd like to know how we could gauge and know exactly within, an acceptable idea of how many kings the set netters are going to catch, and put that in relation to the time that they're allowed to fish. I think you said you guys caught 42 fish, kings, in 22, and I think the set netters only had a couple openings, didn't they?
It was limited, yes, for the Kenai district, it was either 2 or 3 openings, and for the Kasilof section.
So how many openings?
I think it was more than that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have family in the back who could probably tell me what the number was. We fished a little bit more than that in the Kasilof section.
Well, see, another idea is how many openings, do you give the set netters in relation to how many kings they catch? And so it's a complicated issue, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in.
That concludes traditional knowledge segment of the meeting. I have a message from our attorney dealing with the seal question, and he's copied Art. Art, would you make a copy, hard copy of this and put it in as an RC, please? Thank you. Thank you, Noah, for getting on it as quickly as you did. With that, we're going to take, what time is it anyway? 10:30. With that, we're going to take a 15-minute break so we can set up for the next presentation, and those of us who've been up here for a while can stretch our legs. Try and stop the meeting at 11:15. Somebody suggested that there's a dog race going on. I actually would like to go watch for once. But if we don't get through the presentation, we'll resume right after the lunch break. And if there are any questions, it'll probably be after the lunch break. Just wanted to let you know, give you a heads up. Okay, so the board members, all with the exception of Ms. Carlson Van Dart, are ignoring me, so we'll go ahead and hit the bell. And I need Mr. Zaray and Mr. Swenson. You're hereby invited to sit at the table. Mrs. Zaray's here. Mr. Swenson, are you here?
He's right behind him.
Behind me?
No, he's right behind Stan.
Oh, he is?
Did he get snagged?
I don't know.
There he is.
There he is.
He's coming. Now you got him.
Man, only 2 pages, huh?
Time goes by.
You're having a good old time. Okay, we resume in session. We now have the presentation from Contama Research. David, introduce yourself and who's up there with you.
Thank you, Chairman Wood, members of the Board of Fisheries. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm David Welch. I'm the president of Contama Research Services, and we ran a pilot study this year in collaboration with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to look at possible ways to reduce king harvests while maintaining sockeye salmon catches. And to my right is my very capable assistant, or data collection specialist, as we call her, Miss Sandy Simons, and Simons, pardon me. Sandy is from the Kenai, and she's a long-time Alaska Department of Game fisheries technician, and she was a wonderful asset to us this year. We really couldn't have done the work that I'm going to be reporting on without her deep involvement and her skills. So I want to make that comment right now. I also would like to recognize Gary Hollier, who's a longtime set net fisherman that everyone on the board will be familiar with his name at least. We worked out of Gary's facility with Gary using his nets, and none of this was possible without Gary's leadership over the last few years. Well, to the presentation itself, we have 3 parts that we're going to present today. The first is how well do shortened set nets catch salmon. Second, how does the depth of the nets compare as they're fished in the strong tidal currents in the Cook Inlet? And for members of the Board of Fish that may not be aware of this, it's a very, very turbulent environment. Visibility is inches at best. One time when I was diving, I could see almost 6 inches in front of me, but the rest of the time, you literally could not read a computer, dive computer like that. So for a long time, it's not been possible to understand exactly how these nets fish. So I think I've got some interesting information here for you on it. And then the third thing, which was not successful, was I was looking to push the technologies around acoustic telemetry and to try to develop an underwater GPS system so that we could track the position of tagged salmon within a meter or so. And the hope with that was to understand how they would interact in future years with the nets. That did not work. I'm not going to give too much details on it, but I do want to emphasize right now, acoustic telemetry, I think, really can answer these questions. It's just that some of these very cutting-edge techniques that have been in the academic or scientific literature recently aren't working as well as some of the promoters have been suggesting.
I neglected to ask you, do you want the whole questions to your full presentation, or would you entertain questions as you go along?
Well, given that we've got the Iditarod about to preempt everything, I think we should hold the questions, but if there's an important question, by all means, interrupt.
And don't mean to correct you, but it's for Rondi.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're fishing off the Kenai River here. This is Gary Hollier's part of his area here, and I'm just going to orient us first. So in this area just off the beach, we had 3 inshore nets that are, I'll slip and call them beach nets or inshore nets interchangeably, oriented south, middle, and north. And then in the offshore, which is only 400 meters offshore, Gary Hollier has put out 6 can buoys, and I put acoustic receivers and depth sensors on the bottom of those moorings. And the red lines in between show the orientation of the offshore nets where these were fished. And then around that, we have 14 sensor ring of 14 receivers that we put out in an effort to, as I say, really be able to potentially track tags within a meter or so. Even though I'm calling these the offshore nets in the report, the inshore versus the offshore is only 400 meters difference. So it's not very far offshore relative to the set net zone, which is 1 to 1.5 nautical miles, or about 2 kilometers or so. This is only a small part of the overall east side set net fishing area. So just to orient the members, so here's a beach net being put out by Gary's crew. To the, if I can get the cursor to work, there's a header bar here. There's one on each end, spreader bar. That's about an 8-foot aluminum pipe. The gill nets are here. It's stretched out. The spreader bars are attached top and bottom to the set net here. And then this rope is used on both ends to attach to the drag line that Gary uses to pull the net in and out from the beach area. We examined the performance of 3 different types of set nets, 15, 22, and 29 meshes in the inshore and offshore areas. And we collected data on the catch rates of both sockeye and king salmon. And we looked at the fishing depths of the nets at both the breast line and the lead line. So here again is the net just having, one of the nets having just been put out. Up to 6 were fished in a given day. And this is the net being pulled in by a tractor here. The net in this case is being picked on the beach. And you can see the sockeye coming in along the cork line there. Offshore, the nets were always fished from an aluminum skiff. And this is catch of sockeye that's being taken out of the nets, and in this case there were 2 king salmon on one of the days we harvested 2. Sandy, I've invited Sandy to come up for this meeting. I want to mention to anybody that has questions, pardon me, please speak to Sandy. She is a wonderful resource for people, and I told her right at the start of this, it was imperative that we be able to certify that what was caught was really caught. There was no question about any subterfuge or hiding of the catch. And the reason is not because I didn't trust Gary Hollier, but because everybody needs to know that the numbers are credible. So please speak to Sandy. She's got a wealth of knowledge. She monitored every net that came in and monitored them again as the catch went up the beach to be sorted for the processor. It's worth mentioning that we also had a number of fish that were predated. These are some of the examples that happened. Just a comment, it's merely anecdotal, but the predators that are feeding on these fish really like Chinook salmon. The Chinooks were predated at a much higher rate than the sockeye were. So there's some sort of selection going on even in the nets. So these are the general sets of the schematics of how the nets are set together. I don't really need to go through it in details here. One thing that's important is we did randomize the net fishing positions so that one net was not always farther to the south. And then we put a total of 5 depth sensors on these nets. So these sensors record, we've got them programmed to record every 10 seconds the temperature and the depth of the net. They're accurate to within about an inch. So they're quite remarkably good. And then we put on the breast line on the offshore end, we put them at 1/4, half, 3/4, and 4/4, or the bottom of the net and in the center of the lead line. So one of my colleagues at Kintama, Brian Crenna, who's not here, is an absolute whiz at things, and he got very excited about trying to give a better sense of how these nets were fishing. And he's developed 2 types of animations that are up on our website. This is just a screen grab of the front page of the visualization page. One's called physics-based, and the second is an animation engine that's used in the commercial gaming industry. But it's worth looking at both of them for what they do. But I want to caution members that when you go and play around with this, you'll get sucked into it exactly like I did. What I need to emphasize is these are not calibrated to our depth data. So in the first case, the physics-based one is how a physicist or an engineer would put it together based on our measurements, but we don't have the ground truthing to know that it matches the depth sensors that we had, because that's a lot of extra work and it was just way beyond the scope of what we were really going to do. But it's worth showing this just to show you how this works. In this case, okay, I need to back out, and it's running now. So this is the physics-based situation. So in the top left, you're looking at the front view, looking north at how the net performs. Here's the current arrow showing the magnitude of the predicted tidal currents. As we look down from above, you can see the net forming a bow like this. And then as the tide weakens and then reverse, you can see the net forming this way. And if we look at the side view in the top right here, you'll see the net as it swings up, goes up and pulls up tight and goes tight. And this is it's labeled as the net sensors versus the time, but this is the depth of the net on it. These are not corrected for our data that we collected at sea, but it gives you a very good sense of how the nets are probably performing. It's just a case of the fine tuning is not necessarily correct. And so it gives you a good sense of how this runs. The second one is run using a commercial gaming engine. And if I can manage this without a mouse, I will. You can zoom and pan around here. If you've got a mouse, it's a lot easier to zoom in. You can rotate this in different directions. It's basically doing the same sort of thing. And up here in the top right, this is the tidal pattern over a month. So this is the strength of the tides at various times. I'm actually going to just run it while I zoom in on here. So you'll see a little dot up here. This is the stage of the tide. There's a whole variety of things that can be turned on and keep off here. I'm going to turn off the current arrow just to make that a little easier to see the nets. They're labeled with their sizes, and they probably do a pretty good job based on looking at how this performs relative to the data that I'm going to show you. But again, I want to emphasize, this isn't true data. This is a remarkably interesting animation that gives you a sense of how the nets will probably fish in Cook Inlet, given that there's almost no visibility. Okay, so if I get back here, find my cursor. We can step through to the rest of the presentation now. So the first thing that I want to take you through is the harvest, how did these three nets catch sockeye and kings? So in these graphs, we've plotted the soak time on the hours between picking of the net. Each time a net was picked on a given day, that's a separate catch measurement there. The left-hand columns are the inshore nets, the right-hand columns are the offshore nets, and the key thing, the 15, 22, and 29 mesh nets are in red, blue, and gold. So the catch here for the sockeye are in the top row, and you can see the catches in hundreds, 200, 400. The Chinook is 1, 2, or 3 because this was the total. These catches, I'll come to this later on in the presentation, but we only caught and killed a total of 6 kings, greater than 75 centimeters, 34 inches. 3 additional large kings were ruled out of the net alive and released. So the numbers are too thin to do much analysis, so we supplemented the large king catch with the small king or jack catch on the assumption that the behavior was different so that we had enough data to try to get some sense of how the nets were fishing. So what you see for the top row is that the sockeye harvest and the inshore are up to 500 or 600 fish at maximum. Offshore, they're a little lower. And in the Chinook catch, even including all of the jacks, it's a much lower catch. If we look at the catch rates, the inshore catch rates here are shown versus the mesh count, and the inshore is in green, and the offshore is in orange bars. And what you can see is that the catch per unit effort of sockeye was pretty much the same across all 3 net types in the inshore, but in the offshore, it did tend to increase, and it was basically proportional to the mesh area of the net. So the 29 mesh nets, twice the depth of the 15 mesh net, and the catch per unit effort is twice as well. The Chinook harvest rates were very low, only 6 large kings caught and killed in total across all fishing operations. The number of meshes did not significantly affect the inshore or offshore catch rates that we could measure. The offshore catch rates seem to be slightly lower, but it's not a statistically significant result. So the harvest of large kings, I've shown here those that were killed. We could supplement this with the 3 large fish that were released or the others, but because these are the ones that are of primary conservation concern, I'm just going to focus on this. So unfortunately, the answer is that there is no clear basis to say that one net type or one fishing area was better than the others in reducing the Chinook catch. We had the same number of fish caught in the inshore and the offshore, and we had large kings caught in all mesh types. But one thing to point out, which I go into in more detail in the report, the large king to sockeye harvest ratio was 1 large king per 1,600 sockeye that were caught. The net order is actually important. We needed to randomize the net orders because we suspected that harvest rates would be higher for the net to the south because that's where the fish were migrating in. And actually an important finding for your deliberations is that for the inshore nets, the southernmost net has significantly higher catch rates than the middle or northern parts. So I've shown that here. Again, the inshore nets, this is the sockeye CPUE. The inshore nets are in green. And the southernmost net was catching 50 sockeye an hour, and the 2 other nets were catching about 25 sockeye an hour. There's a bit of a trend with the orange bars for the offshore for the same thing for the, but I don't think that it's really necessarily there that the harvest rates we can talk about differences for kings, but certainly for certainly for sockeye, the southernmost net's catching half of the sockeye that were caught during it. So if you wanted to reduce the number of nets that are fished, It wouldn't, if you reduce from 3 to 2 nets, you're not reducing by a third, you're reducing somewhat less than that by about a quarter, because the southernmost net's going to have a higher efficiency based on what we saw. The fishing net depths, we monitored, as I said, at these 5 positions. We have lots of pretty graphs in the table. I'm just going to, in the report. I'm just going to point out a few things for the Board of Fish members. These are the individual graphs. In this case, the center lead line for the inshore nets and the offshore nets. And what I brought up is the lead line on the the lead line on the 15 mesh net is in red, the 22 mesh is in orange, and the 29 mesh is in blue. And as you can see, at a particular time of day, these nets drop down to basically their maximum physical length. But for most of the day, when the current's running, the nets are much shallower. So despite people saying that, these nets are half the size or half the depth, for example, they're not fishing necessarily as shallow. In fact, probably the one thing where I made a big mistake in the study this year, I set the depth recorders to turn off at 1.1 meters because we needed to save the batteries on them. And you can see that they have actually, on many days, they actually disappear here. So there's no data here because they've gone so shallow, less than 3 feet, that the lead line is way up in the water column. So I'm not going to get into the details of this here. It's in the report. But what's interesting here is if we look at the inshore fishing depths on each day, it's date across the bottom, same color scheme for the mesh counts. What you see is we've broken this into what we've called the normal fishing period and then a period when the nets plunge to their full depth. That happens just at the time that the tide reverses, the tidal currents go to zero, and then the nets drop for about 45 minutes to their full length. At that time, in the inshore nets, you can see that the offshore end where we have these nets, have these recorders, the 29 mesh is down to about its maximum depth of about 10 or 11 feet, not quite the full maximum. The 22 mesh is here and the 15 mesh is here. There's depths in feet on the right and left and meters on the left. But if we look overall on the bottom across all of the data, my apologies. If we look overall across all of the data, the 29 mesh net fishes just very slightly deeper than the 2 other nets. And if we then go to the offshore and look at the offshore net, the lead line depth, the remarkable thing is that here at just the time of the plunge, sure enough, 15, 22, and 29, the bigger, deeper nets are fishing deeper. But if you look overall, there's almost no difference. And in fact, the average fishing depth of the 15 mesh net is less than the deeper nets. The reason for this is just that the nets are being caught in the current and are being lifted up. So it's not true that necessarily a deep net necessarily fishes that deep, which is down into the king waters where the Chinook are migrating at a deeper depth. Unfortunately, we looked closely at whether it might be possible to put a regulation in to prevent or prohibit fishing at slack water, which is when the nets would sink to their maximum depth, get more into Chinook waters. But it's just not practical. There's day-to-day variation in the time of slack water. There's 4 slack water periods a day. Fishermen want to be fishing at a time that it's safe, which is when the current's not running. So I don't think it's feasible, but we did go through that exercise in the report. The median depths, then, if we look overall at the nets, the overall depths for the 3 nets in the inshore and the offshore, as I said, the 15 mesh net is actually fishing deeper than the 22 or the 29 mesh in the offshore. They're pretty close, even on the inshore nets. So, there's been lots of arguments about, different mesh numbers and what that does to the harvest rates. The message here is that from the catch rate analysis is that, yes, it does affect it, but these big, deep nets are not fishing anywhere near as deep as people have assumed, except at times very close to slack water. And then the third part, this was me trying to push the envelope on things. We wanted to see if we could develop an underwater GPS system that would be just as good as the GPS systems that are based on satellites. There's a lot of recent literature now where people are putting these sort of systems together and looking at the movement of fish. What we wanted to do was look at how well this actually worked. So we didn't involve fish. I dove to put 6 instruments on. These pictures are here because otherwise I don't get any pictures in the presentation. That's Gary looking very skeptically at me because it took a long time to convince a fisherman that it was okay to jump off a boat voluntarily. And so we put the six instruments at the base of the can buoys for the offshore nets, and then put another 14, as I said earlier, around that. And then my colleague Sandy Simons, Gary Hollier in the background, and then my colleague from British Columbia, Dr. Jim Powell. We got in the boat, in Gary's boat, we went out and we put out a series of track drogues that we used to ground truth how well that system would work. So basically these are afloat with an acoustic tag and a GPS tracker on it. So the GPS tracker is giving us the position very quickly, and it's cell phone linked. And at the bottom there is an acoustic tag of the type that we would use on a Chinook or a sockeye for that matter. And we put those out in the water. And then the art of this is actually getting all of the data so that we didn't screw it up with all of these things. And we did this repeatedly over 3 days with a total of 6 drogues. We would stretch them out in a line upstream, depending on the tidal current, of where the array of acoustic receivers and the nets would be fishing. And we'd put them at 50 or 100 meters apart, so we would get a sense of just how well we could make something like this work. So the initial results are very promising. The yellow dots here are the can buoys, and these movements here there's a cheater line that was stretched between the 2 can buoys, and we attached a fixed acoustic tag to those. So this is swinging in the current back and forth as the tidal current goes over the 3 days of the study. And it looks great. So this is the date here. That's a 200-meter north to south swing, and we get these fantastic results back from it. And if we were tracking fish that weren't moving, that would be great. Unfortunately, when we put the drifters out, and this was happening at the same time, what we're seeing is that sometimes it worked well and sometimes it didn't work well. So the long straight tracks here are the drifters with the GPS positions. The red lines are the reconstructed positions off the acoustic array. This is using all of the acoustic receivers that are out here, which is really cracking a walnut with a sledgehammer, but this is the best we could get. And you're seeing some quite good results. Here's one where the tidal current reverses the position, and they all track, and it looks great. Unfortunately, it's not always like that. We're getting ones where about 20% of the time, the software package that's used to reconstruct fish movements give us completely unrealistic results. So here's lines here of these of these tags drifting past the array. The red lines are the reconstructed positions. It looks nothing like what the units actually did. In fact, in this case, we've got one where this long line here, the best we could do according to the software that we were using was that the tag didn't move. So I wanted to put this in because we did put quite a bit of effort into it. It's a cautionary tale that you have to check your results, but conventional acoustic tagging would still allow us to track the position of fish to within 100 or 200 meters, depending on how we designed a study. And I'll leave for questions there.
Is that the totality of your report, or is this just one segment?
That is actually the totality of the report, unless
Okay.
there's questions.
Any questions from board, Mr. Swenson? And before Mr. Swenson questions, it's almost an overload of data for me. I don't know about the rest of you on this board, but trying to follow through with your scientific approach is causing me eyes to cross. Mr. Swenson?
Thanks, Mr. Welch. That was a great presentation. Is the reason that the southern nets caught more fish, is that because they're first in line?
Almost certainly.
Okay. And my second question is, did I understand you correctly when you said that the outer nets and the inner nets, there was no differentiation in the amount of kings caught?
Well, we caught and killed 3 kings on the inside nets and caught and killed 3 kings in the offshore nets. So it's really hard to say that one area has a lower king harvest than the other. In fact, we had, beach nets were fished a little more often than the offshore nets were. But, it's 3 and 3, so I'm disappointed. I would have really liked to have said to you that, Area A versus Area B, that's the only place that we caught and killed kings, but that's not the case.
Because you would almost think that the outer nets would catch more kings than the inner nets, wouldn't you?
Well, I was anticipating the inner nets catching more kings than the outer nets. So between the two of us, one of us is, on average, we're right. That's the problem with conjectures, is that we don't at this point know for sure where the kings are within the set net zone. My prior work a decade ago in 2013, we did an earlier study. But that was putting the receivers offshore from the set net zone against the outer boundary and then farther out. It was clear from that work that the kings were crowded in close to the offshore end of the set net boundary, but my bet is that they're preponderantly within the set net or disproportionately abundant inside the set net zone, but that's not something that we've studied. Sandy's reminding me that in the 29 mesh offshore net, there were 3 live kings that were released. Do you want to speak to this? Because I'm not quite sure of your second point.
Okay, yes, thank you. Of the 9 kings, large kings that were caught, 3 that were released alive were caught in the 29 mesh offshore nets, and 3 that were released dead were caught in 29 mesh offshore nets also. The three remaining were caught in the inshore nets, and that was 15, 22, and 29. So I just wanted to point that out.
So I think the key point that Sandy's reminded me of in what she said to you is that in the offshore nets, it was just in the 29 mesh nets that the large kings were caught.
And one other point, too, the 3 that were released alive in those offshore nets, 2 of those we actually saw the king hit the net as we were pulling the nets. We saw the king hit it, and those fish were very much alive and happy when we, got them out of there. And the other king, let's see. Trying to think where, I thought I wrote it in my notes here, but there was one other one that was also alive and released well, but we didn't actually see it hit the net.
So I don't know. I mean, is it easier to release a king? Of course, we're talking about such small numbers, but is it easier to release a king in an offshore net than an inshore net?
I think it seemed to be, like I said, we didn't catch very many in the inshore. There were only the 3. It was a little challenging to as the kings are coming up, I'm shouting, here's a big king. So we're making sure the net, everybody's making sure the net is picked clean up to that point, and we're trying to get that fish. They get it right up there quick, and I'm measuring it, and then overboard it goes as fast as possible. On the inshore, occasionally, the inshore nets are picked from a boat also. When we're pulling the nets, then they're picked from shore as we're pulling the net in from the shore. So those fish, then when I'm on shore, as it's coming in and I see that there's a king coming, I stop them, I raise my hand, they would stop the tractor so that fish remained in the water. So.
The reason I ask that is that I was talking to a commercial set netter, and they were saying, from their experience, that there were more kings caught in the offshore nets than the inshore nets. And I also wasn't, I'm not a commercial guy, but I didn't realize that they can move these nets in and out with the tide on a pulley system too, which I found was quite interesting. So, okay, well, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to slide, I just lost it, 24, I think. I'm just curious, is that representing the actual bottom?
Stan raised his hands too.
The depth? Yes.
For the inshore nets, so these are the measurements, the depth measurements at the very offshore end of the net. The beach has a profile like this. So right on the beach, it's zero depth, and until you get a good ways off the beach, the inshore nets are going to be touching the bottom. Probably only the 29 mesh net lifted off the bottom consistently. There's some space under it. The lead lines on all of these nets, for most of their length, had to be sitting on the bottom. So in these cases, this is the offshore end. And now I realize what you're saying. That's probably the bottom that they're because the net's dropping down to to about 11 feet. I think the physical depth of the 29 mesh net's about 12 and a half, 13 feet. So it may have been touching the bottom or just off the bottom at that point.
So what would be helpful to me in visualizing this is the actual bottom relative to these net depths. So, and the reason that I'm asking that is because we're making a lot of assumptions about where kings might be. And that's very pertinent information. So I'm interested in seeing where these nets are relative to the actual bottom over these time periods.
So that's going to depend on the stage of the tide, because the tide's 10 to 15 feet. And one of the things, when this project came together very quickly, and one of the things that I recommended if we do it again is to do that sort of beach profile of the depths so that we have that data objectively, but we didn't collect it this year.
Okay, thank you, which kind of dovetails into my second question, is that you made reference to the depths that kings are occupying, and I'm curious, what assumption are you using there?
So our prior study in 2013, we looked at we used depth reporting acoustic tags in sockeye and in kings, and the kings were migrating at a significantly deeper depth than the sockeye. So the idea is with shallower nets, fished from the surface, is that we can try to maintain the sockeye catch while reducing the chances of the kings being caught in the net.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just wondering, at what depths are we assuming that kings are present? Because you made reference to that, so.
Yeah, an interesting piece of observation I had back in 2013, we hired a charter boat, two charter boats out of Anchor Creek to supplement the fishing because we weren't catching enough kings in the offshore where we were fishing with a trawler. And those folks were very focused on fishing in the 7 to 9 foot range. And they just patrolled the beach back and forth. And we were catching reasonable numbers of Chinook, but they didn't deviate from that. So that suggests to me that the kings are orienting closer into the beach, but we don't have any objective, that's not just an anecdotal observation from the array to better inform that.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then, please excuse, I think what the chairman said, there's a lot of information, and I was looking at the last few slides that you had, I think they were like sort of 35 through 37. And I am trying to figure out what are you communicating to us with these slides? With all due respect. And not only what are you communicating, but how is it relevant?
Unfortunately, it's not relevant because what we're hoping to do was put in place the equivalent of a GPS system so we could track the fish to within a few meters of their true position relative to where the fishing nets were. This is part of we'll publish this in the scientific literature as sort of a counterexample to, there's lots of optimism in science now about using these sort of techniques to track fish, but unfortunately people are tracking fish without ground truthing the results the way we did here. And what we found is that no matter how hard we tried with the software that people are using, we don't get good results to get those very fine scale results. So it's, as I said at the start, it's the presentation, there are ways to use acoustic telemetry. The way that we tried to get it to work, which we thought would be very valuable for this discussion, once it was tried on fish, will not work reliably. So it's off the table. We would recommend if acoustic telemetry is being used, we go back to the methods we used in 2013.
Okay, so this was meant to simulate fish movement.
Correct. So
Okay,
we
good.
let the drifters just drift through where the fishing nets would normally be and said, how well can we track that? How well can we identify that? And the answer was not very well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Zaray.
Okay, thank you. So I'm trying to picture this in my mind, how this all works, even though this is kind of nifty. But you said you spent 3 days doing this? How many days total?
This was at the end of, after all the fishing was done and the nets were out of the way. We put the equipment in the water then, and then we did 5 or 6 drifts a day for 3 days, so times 6. So we had about 63 tracks that we could use to evaluate how well the equipment would work for this purpose.
How many days did you fish with Gary where you had the nets outside and in?
19.
19, okay. And was the tide at full force, like plus or minus during that time? Or how hard was the tide coming in this month?
Well, it was most of a tidal cycle because we had a few days in there where Gary would not fish if the crew was, in a couple of cases, the crew were tired. In other cases, it was just too rough and it was dangerous to be out there. So basically, we're fishing over a month from middle of July to middle of August.
Okay, I'm trying to understand, does the volume of tide coming in vary on that beach very much? Like, I know where I fish, when it's a plus tide, it's like a river coming in. When it's a minus tide, it's a trickle coming in. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how the current is coming in on the beach with the incoming, the slack, and the outgoing tide. Because that seems to really affect the depth of the web.
And that's correct. So in the detailed report, you will see that depending on the timing of the day of the month, and therefore the strength of presumably the strength of the tide, that when the tidal exchange is bigger, the nets are fishing closer to the surface.
Right, because they're flagging out, right?
Right.
Okay, and so how were the outside nets doing, I guess, on a day-to-day basis? Like, were the outside nets flagging out sooner than the inside nets?
I would guess so, simply because the tide starts to set faster offshore before it gets into the beach, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, so what was the catch per effort like with those kings on the far outside versus the inside? I'm just trying to picture like what the current was doing and what the depth of the net was at when you actually caught those kings.
I can't answer that. We'd have to go to the the data tables and then figure out what the tide was for that. So we do have the data, I just can't honestly answer what the stages of the tide or the strength of the tide was on those days.
Okay. And then were the nets, like when they were out there, were they actively fished, or were they just out there for like a 4-hour period and then brought in? Or was somebody under them, like fishing them, or?
They were fishing, and then typically, every 4 hours or so, they would be picked, depending on, that was Gary's call. So the contract stipulated that Gary Hollier had control over anything to do with safety.
Okay.
And that he managed the fishing in the customary way. So depending on the day, the nets were picked 2, maybe 3 times. And it also depended on the catch. Sandy's just reminded me. So if the cork line was dipping down, there was a lot of catch, then they would go out and pick more sooner than they would if there wasn't a big catch.
Okay, so I just want to be, back to Member Carlson Van Dort's question, like knowing where that net is in relation to the bottom seems super important, because you said that when you were trolling or you were catching fish, they wanted to keep it at that 7 to 9 foot depth.
Right.
But and then you seem to gravitate towards that being somehow, or they were oriented towards inshore, but do they like to travel at 7 or 9 feet? Or do they travel onshore? Because I know when I fish, there's a big difference between, 8 feet and 0.
Right. Well, I'm, this is an anecdote. It's based on 2 weeks of working with the charter boat captains down off Anchor Point. And for whatever reason, they were really targeting that depth range. I can't from that tell you something, anything much more detailed than that. I can show you this slide. This is from our 2013 work. We tagged, so the triangles are where we tagged Chinook, in the offshore zone, and the pluses are where we acoustically tagged sockeye. So we tagged 13 Chinook in the offshore in this area, and 12 here at Anchor Point. You can see where the charter boat sport charter was operating was just on there. And then what happened was that 85% of these nearshore tagged Chinook went over an acoustic array up here. This data and the animation's on our website, but you can see that the only detections really are along the outer boundary of the set net zone, which was as far near shore as we had put receivers, and then we're not picking up kings on the receivers out here at all. From the offshore, we have 4 of the Chinook accounted for. 1 went back to Astoria, the Columbia River. 1 here on the southern tip of here, and then 2 from the offshore here went in and went up the Kenai River.
Okay, this will be my last one, I'm sorry. But that's a large scale map right there, like 250 thousandths or so. And I'm just wondering, those lines do look close to shore there, but I'm thinking in terms of like a 600-foot fishery from where the water is at the time of the tide out, in feet, not kilometers, for me. Which net's catching the kings and what's catching the most as the tide is coming in slack and then going back out?
So I'm going to have to wing this, so apologies as I try to think this through for you. So the 600-foot beach fishery is 200 meters. The depth of the net, the 29 mesh net, is about 12, 13 feet. So from the beach out, those nets are always within your 600-foot fishery. The tide's going up and down by, up to 15 feet. So answering that question fully really depends on the beach profile and the stage of the tide. And I'm afraid I can't give you a solid answer there without really trying to work through that better than I can right now.
That's
And
okay,
we're
thanks.
at 11:45, we're going to take a lunch recess to 1:30. We'll resume with Mr. Wood asking questions if he has any further questions at 1:30. Oh, yeah, you'll come up after him. Mhm.
I think during the break, I had some of those questions answered, so I appreciate you coming and giving this presentation. I've been following it for a while because I think I was on the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission and a few years ago, and they helped commission one of the earlier studies, so I've been paying attention to what you're doing, and thank you.
Good timing. Mrs. Array.
And I may be in the same boat here, but I'll just kind of run it by you here. I may have had my questions answered a little bit here, but, so we were not talking about the GPS data or anything, but the inner versus the outer nets, and then the three different mesh depths and stuff like that, as it relates to the catch numbers of king salmon. And, it just seemed like, we're talking about such small numbers of kings. I'm not a statistics guy. I always had somebody else do my data on that kind of thing. But, there was always this if we're working with too small an amount of numbers, they would say, well, you can't get any kind of statistically significant conclusions drawn from that kind of data. But you can maybe look at it as a fisherman might look at data and say, oh yeah, there's something going on there maybe, but it's not, could you speak to the king salmon
Sure.
conclusions that we're trying to draw from some of this data in terms of that?
Right. So, through the chair, appreciate the question. So there's 2 points here that I think are important to remember. We only caught and killed 6 large kings in the entire 19 days of fishing with 6 nets, fished, several times a day, or picked several times a day. That's too thin to do anything substantive with. And we have caught and killed 3 inshore, nearshore, and 3 in the offshore nets. So we don't have a contrast there to say, offshore is better than inshore. But what we did was we supplemented that 6 with the catch of what are essentially jack kings and a few live caught kings, 3, to bring the numbers up to 56. And that was how we looked at the overall analysis for the Chinook, to try to get some sense of catch rates and what's going on. But it's based on the assumption that the jacks have the same behavior as the large kings, which we don't know. It was just the best that we could do to try to give the board and ADFG some perspective on what relative catch rates might be from the study. And Sandy actually wanted to read one point in. I misspoke, and she caught me during the lunch. So she just wants to correct one thing in the record.
Thank you. Actually, I'm the one that misspoke. I was trying to point out that the 29 mesh nets were the ones that caught 6 of the 9 total kings caught, live and dead. And I misspoke. I said there were 29 mesh offshore nets had 3 live fish. There were actually 2 live fish caught in the 29 mesh offshore. One was actually caught on the inshore 29 mesh net. So I just wanted to put that down because that's important. Yeah.
Before I go, Mr. Swenson, the chart that I'm looking at on my phone doesn't have a slide number on it. It's a chart entitled Harvest of Large Chinook, which compares the nets and the inshore. I'm not sure if you get to that, because that does have 3 as opposed to what you're describing currently.
So this is the what chart would you like me to bring up?
The one that is captioned Harvest of Large Chinook, and it takes the mesh sizes in one column compared to inshore, next column, and offshore, the following column. Oh, right there.
Yes, that is correct. There were 3 inshore and 3 offshore. My misstatement was which ones were live. There were 3 that were caught, 3 live fish caught also. These are just the 6 that were dead. So I also said that there were 29 mesh offshore nets, 3 live fish were caught in the 29 mesh offshore, and it was actually 2 in the offshore and 1 on the inshore. So I was just trying to clarify that part. Those were of the live fish, so that's not represented on this chart.
So
I'm with you now.
we're talking about very small differences in the numbers, and I think that the key point for everybody to remember is I wouldn't put extra credence on one fish being in one category or the other for this, because it's a low harvest rate for these fish, and we're not seeing big differences between the beach nets and the offshore, the net's 400 meters farther out.
Yeah, okay.
But we're certainly happy to clarify the exact numbers with anybody that wants to follow up, if we don't
No,
want
I
to mislead.
understand now. Mr. Swinson.
I guess, through the chair, my question is, the location of the nets, do they make a difference in terms of where they are in relation to the Kenai River? The mouth of the river?
So we've worked at Gary Hollier's site. Multiple people have told us that different locations have different behaviors in both the nets and the kings being caught, particularly Salamatoa Beach north of the Kenai. There's essentially an underwater cliff there. So the nets go over that, and several people have told me that the kings stay in the deep water at the bottom of that cliff while the net's up above. So, I don't have direct information for you on that, obviously, because we haven't done any measurements in those locations. But that's the anecdotal information I've been told.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the closer you get to the mouth of the Kenai River, I know that those fish in those set net sites that are closest to the mouth of the river have got to be the ones that catch more fish. They'd have to be, I know reds and the kings both. Isn't that fair to assume that the closer they get to the river, they're going to come right around? And now I can't remember how far Gary's is from the mouth of the river.
Well, there's Gary's site relative to the mouth of the river, so it's less than a mile south, probably. We get the house lights down so people can see better. So I don't want to get drawn into something that I'm not an expert on. So it's fair to say that all of the Kenai fish have to go through the mouth of the Kenai River to get up the Kenai. So harvests are going to be higher closer in because they're pushed in. What I know from the 2013 study, which was done on the outer edge of the set net zone, not inside the set net zone, the kings were patrolling back and forth, north and south out there for weeks before they went in. The sockeye were going straight in. So there's going to be some difference in behavior there as to how they go in close to the mouth of the Kenai. But certainly what we saw from 2013 was that the kings were holding off the mouth of the river not off the mouth of the river, but holding in Upper Cook Inlet, in this part of Cook Inlet for weeks. And they were patrolling north and south repeatedly. So, that's the observations I have. How those are interpreted, that depends on how people want to look at it. I really don't want to get drawn into what the fish are doing someplace where I haven't got measurements, which is, off the mouth of the Kenai.
So if those fish are mulling around back there and going back and forth, of course, the longer that you have nets in the water, the more apt that they're going to get caught than, say, the reds who just go straight on through. And I also understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when the massive reds are running, the kings don't seem to want to get caught up in that mass of fish. And maybe that's some of the reasons why they mull around out front there. I don't know. I mean,
well, taking the second question first. So that's what we tended to see, was that when there were high sockeye catches, we weren't catching kings at all. So Sandy has some numbers there if you want to get into it. But, the big picture there is that when there are abundances of sockeye coming through this, we were not observing kings being caught essentially at all. The question of the kings being more exposed because they're moving back and forth. So the answer to that is yes, because they're playing in the traffic. It's like a kid out in the road and the cars are going by. The longer you're out there, the greater the chance of something happening. But in the 2013 study, despite being out there and moving back and forth for multiple weeks, almost all of the fish all of the kings that were in that zone that we detected going up the river. So they were not intercepted by the fisheries going on in 2013, the set net fisheries going on in 2013.
Oops, excuse me. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, followed by Mr. Godfrey.
Thanks. So I think we started to get into what comes next, right, a little bit. And so this is a single site for a specific period of time with some very specific, parameters. Is the plan going forward to duplicate this in other geographic places within the fishery? I'd be kind of interested to see, since we are hearing that there's, a lot of variability along the beach and throughout the sites, and just interested. Thanks.
Well, obviously, I'm out of the loop as to whether funding is going to come together for it. But if it is to come together, I mean, to give you the background on this, I was approached in late March of 2023 about doing the study again, and I asked for which year. So we managed to throw together the study that we did, and most parts of it we did pretty well, I'm proud to say. The intent was never to have anything but a pilot scale study in 2023 because it was just physically not possible to get all the logistics together. If the study is to be expanded, there's two areas where I would recommend. One is 3 or possibly 4 setnet sites, and I would rely on the department and, the commercial fishermen to say where those sites need to be. I think that's about the maximum that we can practically manage per year to monitor all of that. But that's certainly possible. But, it's a challenge, just some of the logistics, finding people of Sandy's caliber and skills that's just available for the set net fishing set net fishing season, because people need to work year round. And of course, we can't offer people year round employment on just this sort of a study, particularly with 3 or 4 sites. But that's, on the science side, that's probably what's manageable to do. 3 or 4 sites that people think are most representative, and then, 3 inshore nets, 3 offshore nets, something like that per site. That's manageable. These were very long days for the folks when we were out monitoring it. The other part is the acoustic telemetry. I think you asked about that. It is my second recommendation, and I would just run lines of receivers fairly far apart from near the beach right out to the outer legal limit on the set net zone. We just look at where the Chinook are as they move back and forth over those receivers and develop a sense of their paths and how they're migrating. So that would give the data directly. That part of the study is, it's not to be underestimated. We have to keep all that equipment in for, a month and a half under, pretty difficult conditions in Cook Inlet. And what I discovered in 2013 is it's a lot of work to get those Chinook live so that we can tag them and then release them. It's that just piece alone is a significant amount of work. But those would be my 2 major recommendations if the study was to be expanded and improved on.
Mr. Godfrey, then the Commissioner.
Yeah, my question goes back to what Board Member Lazare had asked you in your response, and I don't want to misquote you, so please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm just going to summarize. So we're talking about 6 kings that were caught and killed using 6 nets over 19 days. And then I believe your response was that's too thin to do anything with. And if I'm correct with what you said, from my perspective, that really depends on how you define anything and what you mean by that. So if you could elaborate and tell me what you mean by that?
Okay, well, we can do some
Too thin
things.
to do anything with.
Yeah, so the data is thin because not very many large kings were caught. So we did what we could with it. We've presented that to you. It's thin from the perspective of statistical analysis to show that there's a difference between the inshore versus the offshore. But given that the catch rates aren't very different between the inshore and the offshore, just that table I showed you at the end, with 3 and 3 and how it's distributed, I don't see a strong trend in there that says, this method will reduce your king catch. I would have loved to have been able to report from the pilot study that we saw that, but I just have to be honest and say, right now, with the sample size we have, I don't see a strong, compelling scientific case that I can argue for inshore or offshore nets having lower or higher catch rates for large kings. Right.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so first off, thanks for doing this study on short notice. I know there was a lot of work in getting it together and getting the data out there. I've carefully read the report and I've carefully listened to what you had to say. And I tend to agree with you. This is a pilot study. It's hard to draw conclusions about inshore or offshore nets or the depth the nets are fished at. I do have 2 questions, though. Does it matter whether the net touches the bottom? Does that increase? Because common belief is that kings travel nearer the bottom than in the water column. And regardless of how deep that net is fished, does it matter whether the fish touches the net touches the bottom or not in terms of the likelihood of catching kings? So were those 3 offshore nets fished on the bottom for some period of that 12-hour cycle that may have caused them to catch those fish?
So no, the offshore nets stayed off the bottom. I was diving at slack water to put the equipment on and take it off again. So one was a high tide, one was a low tide. So when I got to the surface and looked at my dive computer, one time I got all the way down to 29 feet. And then on the other, when I was covering the equipment, the deepest I got to was 12 feet. So the difference there is just the tidal height above. Even the 12 feet to the bottom, I wasn't quite at the bottom. That would be the 29 mesh net would have been a couple of feet off the bottom, but not a lot of clearance under the net at low tides. So there was a bit of clearance, and it went from, I'm barking it obviously, but at low tides, a couple of feet clearance to 12 feet, 14 feet of clearance on a high tide. On the inshore nets, there is no space under those nets for the kings to get past. And yes, everything we know is that the kings are staying deeper, but obviously they can only stay as deep as the water is. So on the inshore nets, they are more likely to intercept the beach nets because the lead line's sitting on the bottom for much or all of the length of the net.
Then just one follow-up question. So what I'm kind of hearing you say is there isn't really telling evidence to suggest the size of the net or the placement of the net is going to significantly reduce king harvest. So the only option that I have as commissioner, if I'm concerned about king intercept in those while we're catching sockeye, is to have either the numbers. It probably seems to me that the numbers of nets and the duration those nets are fished are going to be the primary drivers in the number of kings that are harvested. Is that correct?
Do you want to say something? Just go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just as my observation, watching the nets come in, watching the fish come in, I started noting down where in the net, I think on day 2 or 3, I started noting just little comments of where in the net the kings were being caught. And of the fish that I recorded, once I started noting that, only 3 of the kings that we caught, this is the large kings and the small kings, only 3 were caught up near the corks. All the rest of them were what I was saying about mid-depth, all the way down to, in general, like 12 to 18 inches from the lead line, either near the lead line or, within that 2-foot section. Anything that was more than about 2 feet from the lead line, I would just put mid-depth because I couldn't really count how many mesh they were above that, because net's coming in like this.
Okay, thank you. So the other question is for you. It appears to me that the best options that I have to reduce king harvest is, if I'm worried about that, is to reduce the number of nets that are fished or the duration that those nets are fished, based on what I'm reading out of your study.
That's the bald numbers. I'd have to agree with that. I don't have a strong advice this way, but I would lean towards saying shallower nets because you're going to have more space underneath them as well. And, the big question is how many people are going to be fishing? How many nets? In the report, I deliberately didn't get into it here, but I did some of the statistics, some of the statistics based on Poisson statistics and likelihood of high king interceptions. And basically the numbers in the report is that it's about 0.1 king per net day is sort of what a harvest rate is looking like right now for large kings, and about 1 year in 25, a 4% chance that it could be half a king per net day. So those sorts of numbers, and I'm happy to work with the department, and don't quote me verbatim here. It's in the report, and those are the numbers to work with. But that, I think, allows the department to start making some probabilistic estimates of just how bad in a bad year could the harvest be, given the data that we have already, and more reasonably, what's a likely number, which is like 0.1 large king per net day. Those are the sorts of things that the department can then start to roll up with. How many permit holders, how many nets? I wish I could tell you better, inshore versus offshore would be a better choice, but the data just doesn't allow me to say anything one way or the other.
So then just one follow-up question, you just got me thinking. So the duration of the net fished could be a critical factor in that if you're fishing it over an entire tide cycle rather than just at high tide, you would increase the probability of the net touching the bottom.
Yes, but
so shallower mesh gear would help with that issue.
Shallower mesh gear will help with that, and that may help keep the set netters fishing if the interception rate of kings is lower as a result of that. But the shallower nets, clearly we're going to have more space. You're going to have more space between the lead line and the seabed, irrespective of the stage of the tide. We put a lot of effort into trying to see if we could deal with identifying a way that ADFG could put regulations in place around not having, big nets, deep nets in the water when the slack water occurs. It's just not feasible. There's day to day, there are weird variations in the time of slack water that doesn't work just based on what the tide tables would tell you. And this is also the safest time for fishermen to be working the nets is when the tidal currents aren't running. So I would personally advocate not trying to prevent people from fishing at the time of the slack water, just because I think it's dangerous. It's hard to implement in a really good way. I think if you're going to put me on the spot for my recommendation, I'd say shallower nets over trying to put time limitations on when the nets are fished.
You mean that the time the nets are fished, or
Well,
could you open it for less than a 12-hour period?
Yes, but you want people to get out there safely and come back in, and that is happening at the time of slack water, right? at close to the times of high and low tide. But in fact, slack water is happening up to an hour off from the time of slack water. From the time of higher low tide, the nets drop down, not at peak tides. The currents are still running, and so it's offset quite a bit.
So if I can summarize, what I heard is shallower nets help. You want to reduce king intercept. The best approach, based on what I'm hearing you say, is fish fewer nets than more nets, and fish them for a shorter duration.
That's the general principle.
Okay, thanks.
Carlson Van Dort.
To expand on that a little bit, I'm hearing two different things a little bit. So I just heard shallower nets, but I also heard there's no difference between inshore and offshore. And I also heard you say that the inshore, they're on the bottom, and that there's less clearance at all phases of the tide primarily. So, I mean, if we're trying to keep them off the bottom, whether it's using shallower gear or whatnot, it seems to me that that would make sense that you would not have them fishing in the near shore, irrespective of whether or not there's a probability of catching a king, based on the very thin numbers that you have right now.
So through the chair, you're correct. The inshore nets are sitting on the bottom for all of them for most of the time, most of their length. So if you're trying to make clearance for kings, that's not going to happen there. The sockeye catch rates are there in this slide that I've just brought up again, just to remind you. The three different types of nets in the inshore in green bars had the same harvest rate. In the offshore, the nets are, because the nets are hanging down to their full length, presumably that's why the offshore nets and the deeper nets are catching more fish, because they're catching sockeye with a bigger area of net fished. But the next piece is this piece here that shows the catch per unit effort for the kings. And you can see what those numbers are there. It's, it's low and it's pretty standard across all three sizes of nets. So those are the types of data that I think that can be used to work up sort of an approach that may keep people fishing while trying to minimize the harvest. But I wish the numbers were clearer on some of it, but I'm simply reporting what the numbers were that we presented for you.
Anything further?
No, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Swenson?
Did Tom have, was he up there? Has Tom been wanting to talk here?
Pardon me? You're recognized, Mr. Swenson. Do you have a question?
I have a question.
Yes, yeah.
Then so in following this, then the higher the tide should be safer for the kings.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. It's been pretty enlightening. I have a lot of experience in this particular area, catching kings, shallow water, deep nets, shallow nets. And the one thing that I would like from you, if it's possible, not today necessarily, but in the next couple of days, if you could provide an RC, I would like to know what stage of the tide the 6 kings that died got caught, and I would like to know what stage of the tide the 3 kings that you released got caught. And if you would provide that to the staff, I would be very happy. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm going to consult with my colleague, but put her on the hot seat because I don't know the answer to that. I mean, so this is a conversation we're having, but everybody should hear it. The problem is that the nets are fished for 4 to 6 hours before they're picked. And we don't know when a fish is caught within that 4 to 6 hour period. So I don't think that the data is there, but I'm going to let Sandy speak freely, and she's always been more than willing to correct me when she disagrees with me, so.
Thank you, through the chair. I just would say that the two of the live fish, we can look at the report because those 2 kings hit the net right as we were pulling the net. So the net pull time will be in that data. So for those 2, we can determine that. For the other live fish and the other dead fish, yeah, they were caught somewhere in that period when we were, the net was actively fishing, but we can't really say when during that period.
Right, but you do know when you set the net and when
Yes.
you pick the net. You
That's
know
correct.
that 4-hour window.
Yes,
So
correct.
if you could tell me what that 4-hour window was and what the stage of the tide was when you set it and what the stage of the tide was when you, could you tell me that?
We could, looking through the data, we could determine that, yes.
If you would do that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And you just want that for the large kings, or you want that for all kings?
The large kings, the 9 fish.
Right.
Thank you.
Mike Wood?
Yeah, I don't want to get wrapped up in this because every single set net site in this inlet fishes differently. And it's been my experience that even the guy beside me fishes differently than I do. The current on the shore is a lot less than the current further out. The more you work your nets, the less bad things that happen if you're right on the net rather than letting it soak. And so I think the discussion about how we're fishing a net at what time is best left up to individual sites and whatnot. I appreciate the experience you had on Gary's, but I don't think it's really super conclusive that simply because a net lays on the bottom means it's catching kings. So, because there's so many variables, I very much agree with a shorter net because that's what I fish. And I also agree that working that net and fishing that net hard rather than letting it soak and getting ripped apart in the current makes a big difference. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. You have any questions of him? Okay. I have a whole bunch of questions because the chair's got to wait till the end. And I want to follow up on the commissioner's questions. And first of all, I want to focus on the time for fishing, because most of the proposals we're seeing coming to us is for a 12-hour continuous fishing. And what I've been told is if the commissioner were given the tools, he could do like 2 6 hours rather than a continuous 12-hour. Would that be a good tool to have in the commissioner's arsenal when he's trying to minimize the king catch and maximize the sockeye catch? That's a question.
Is that directed to me? Sorry.
One of the two of you, yeah.
I'm still thinking.
I'd have to look back at the data, but I think there were times when the net was in the water about 8 hours, sometimes 6 hours, but we were picking it several times in that window. So, yeah, Mr. Wood was saying over there about individual sites being very different and how frequently they might be checking the nets. So I guess I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. I'm just pointing out that it was between, 6 and 8 hours, a lot of times that the nets were actively fishing.
Yeah. And I'm trying to gather from you, and I think the commissioner's doing the same thing, is what tools work best and which tools would not work at all.
Right.
So you're asking me a question that I don't have a solid answer for. I'm leaning towards the view that 2 days of fishing 6 hours a day versus one long day of 12 hours a day probably doesn't make any difference in terms of the catch, so long as the nets are picked frequently so that there's not what's called gear saturation. If there's a whole bunch of sockeye that get caught in the net's not going to catch a lot of fish after that because it's, the gear is basically saturated with fish already in it. And it's a lower quality product than if the fish are in, hanging for 3 hours instead of 6 hours or something like that. You're asking a hard question that my gut is that it doesn't probably make a big difference to the catch rates. But it's a gut response as opposed to something that I can really give you a really solid, certain answer on.
No, it's a tough question, but it's a question that those 7 of us around this board are going to have to wrestle with and come up with an answer of some sort or another.
I mean, one comment I'll just make, this is entirely outside of the purview of the report, is that shorter sets, you're going to get higher quality fish that is going to be sold, which is always a good thing. The pushback on that from individual fishermen may be, the amount of work with going out 2 days instead of 1 day, and I can't speak to that.
The next question I have is to the tool of how many nets are going to be allowed. If we have a situation where 3 nets are allowed and it's tool is given to the commissioner to reduce that to 1 net, could we expect a 2/3 reduction in the king catch?
That's my guess. That's my best guess. As I suggested to you with one of the other graphs, the southernmost of the 3 nets caught about 50% of the sockeye. So you're going to maintain a higher sockeye catch than if you cut 1 net out, you're not going to lose 1/3 of the catch. You're going to lose about 25%. So cut 2 nets out, from what we saw, you'd maintain about 50% of the sockeye catch if it's 1 net. But with the king catches, it looks like you'd reduce the king interception to 1/3 if it was 1 net versus 3. So,
Okay. If you would go back to that slide that showed the inshore, offshore, and with the 3 size meshes, it's entitled "A Harvest of Large Chinook." Okay, that's it, right there. This is reflecting the dead fish. We have to factor in the live fish. So if I factored in the live fish, the inshore column would read for 15 mesh 1, for 22 mesh 2, for 29 mesh 1. Is that correct? You need to speak to the
Sorry,
mic.
yes, that is correct.
And the offshore would then read 15-0, 22-0, and 29-5.
That is correct.
Now, for one moment, and I understand that you're not going to make scientific conclusions on it, but I'm going to put you on the spot. If these numbers were sufficient to have statistical value, and I was fishing, why would I not believe that 5-to-1 ratio of a 29 mesh net is going to catch 5 times as much kings out there on the offshore as it does on the inshore?
You wouldn't. I'm assuming that the set netters would responsibly release any live kings as soon as they were in the net.
Yeah,
and then
I'm
release them
looking more
live.
to how many of these nets are intercepting, and not so much whether they're going to release them.
The way that you've phrased that, I think it's 4 to 5. Yeah, so if we have 1 more inshore catch for the 29 mesh net and 2 more for the offshore, that's 4 caught in the inshore versus 5 caught in the offshore.
Fully understand that, and I can understand that's close enough where you're probably not going to draw a whole lot of conclusions. But what you also would have is a 5 catch offshore of the king to a 1 caught inshore, and that's a pretty significant difference. So if you're talking about somebody fishing a 29 mesh.
Oh, sorry, with the 29 mesh, yes, okay, now I'm following your math. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
And likewise, if I was going to be fishing a 15 or a 22 mesh, I wouldn't want to be fishing them offshore because no kings, well, vice versa, the other way around, no kings are being caught in those 2 sizes offshore.
That's a fair comment, yes.
Okay. So I'm not reading it incorrectly. When you use the term, you said ground truthing. I think I know what you meant by it, but I'd like you to put on the record what you meant by it.
Ground truthing, I use that with, I think you're referring to the telemetry part of the study. So the GPS trackers that we had on the surface gave us a position that I separately verified this for the instruments. The GPS was narrowing, was reliably fixing the position to within a plus or minus 4 meters. So, you know, here's a tagged fish. The GPS would say, if it was tagged with a GPS fish, it was somewhere within 12 feet of that. So that's very good. The acoustic tags that we put on the bottom, I wanted to ground truth that against something. All of the other studies that had reported on how you could get very great positions out of the acoustic telemetry, I was a bit skeptical of it. I ground truthed it versus the satellite-based GPS that was above water, and we get very bad results for a lot of it.
But by ground truthing, what is it that you mean by that? Did you go out there physically and observe? Did you go out there and catch somehow? Or what is ground truthing?
So we ground truthed relative to the GPS how well we could make the acoustics track the system. And the ground truthing would have shown that it was 100% accurate if the track we got using acoustics exactly matched the track that we recorded using the satellite-based GPS.
Okay, for example, and I think Mr. Carpenter made reference to it earlier, we went out to Nushagak last year before, I don't recall which it was, and the sonar was showing X numbers, but the nets that they were using to verify that showed different numbers. Is that what you're talking about on ground truthing?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, I just want to make sure. Now, with the different terrain that we've got throughout the east side set netters, you talked about a cliff on one particular segment of it, you're talking about a shallow shelf going out on other parts of it. Is there any way that the data that you've collected at this one site on this one summer could be extrapolated to the others, or is further research going to be needed?
So that's maybe the only thing from the pilot study that I can give you a definitive answer on, and it's no, it cannot be extrapolated. I mean, some of the board members have said that every SetNet site has a different situation. So, you know, Gary Hollier's site is particular. I've been told that, you know, other sites are quite different. The question's going to be, can we measure enough of those other sites reasonably within a budget and logistically, you know, manage that to get a representative fix for the Board of Fisheries and ADFG over the next few years. And I'm saying that we could probably manage to monitor 3, maybe 4 sites at the same time as a maximum. Sorry, let me just finish this because I do think it's important. If every site is completely different and nobody's going to accept the results from 3 sites as being a credible mix for the SetNet study, then there's no point in starting, you know. But I think 3, I'd like to say, you know, 3, 4 is going to be really hard to do just because of the logistics. I think that repeated, that should give a pretty good idea to people of just what is feasible and what the numbers are going to look like. But that, until the study's done, we don't know the answer to that.
Okay, the last question I have for you, and then I have a question for your colleague, and I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If you were a commissioner and had the ability to implement tools, what is it about this study that you have found would be tools that you'd want as a commissioner?
We've provided data on catch rates for the nets that allow, you know, reasonable expectation of what sockeye harvests are going to scale down with if the number of nets is pared down. We've provided catch rates on the inshore versus the offshore so that there's a sense of how much fishermen, if they were forced into fishing one area versus another, how much the harvest rates would go down there. within the commissioner's purview is, as I understand it, is to increase or restrict the number of days fishing as the season progresses. So there's an ability to monitor and manage from that perspective. So those are useful pieces of data because it's saying things aren't just scaling with the number of nets. If we cut back to 1 net from 3 in the near shore, you'd still get 50% of the sockeye harvest. But those nets would be sitting on the bottom, and there's got to be a judgment call made on the risk to kings from that versus farther offshore with shallow nets, that are well off the bottom.
Yeah, have you concluded? I didn't want to cut you off.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Now, my last question is reserved for your colleague, Ms. Simmons. There's been some question raised as to whether all the fish were accounted for during the period of the study, et cetera. My understanding is you were there physically at the site overseeing. Could you briefly describe to us what you saw and whether you can account for all the fish that were brought on board, et cetera? How reliable are the figures that we've got in front of us?
Yes. I counted everything that was coming in. We had either when we were on the boats or on shore, I would be in the boat. As we came up to the line, when they start bringing in the net, they would wait till I was ready with my clipboard and my tally counters. I'm leaning over the side of the boat. I can see everything that's coming up and also counting fish that were caught in the net but maybe dropped off before they got in the boat. Those were even accounted for in the data. The crew was fantastic about working with me. I could move around on the boat and see wherever they were pulling the net, whichever side of the boat they were on, I could get on that side and see as those fish were coming in, or if they were coming up over the bow, I'm up near the bow looking over. And they were very good about shouting out to me too, hey, here's a king, to make sure I already got it, but it was a double check. The fish would be all brought on the boat. In our boat, I don't know how it is in all the set net boats, but in our boat, the mixed fish were pitched to the back of the boat. The sockeye were put in a tote until it overflowed. Those fish would all be then brought to shore and brought up in the brailer, put in other totes. They were pitching fish into the totes, and the mixed fish were always pitched on top. So there was like a double check to count if anything had gotten missed. I'm watching the fish from the time it's coming out of the net until the time it's going, to the processing plant where they're running it down and putting the fresh ice on it and then getting it for the processor. So there's multiple opportunities to double check any numbers if I thought there was any possibility I missed something, but there was nobody trying to pitch fish over the shore, over the side or anything, except some flounder. We had a few flounders. So the flounders are getting pitched off because we weren't keeping the flounders. So, and that's something that was very obvious. They were very open about everything. They really cared about the fishery. They do care about the fishery, and they want it to work. They care about the kings. That was my impression.
We as a board are always presented evidence by the department, bell curves and all sorts of drawings, and they say this is within an 80 to 90% range of confidence. What I'm hearing from you is 100% confident that the numbers that we have in this study are accurate. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct. For the kings particularly, that is correct. The sockeye numbers at the first 2 days of the study, I had the opportunity to recount because we're dealing with a lot higher numbers of the sockeye. I had the opportunity to recount fish as they brought them down the line and they're dropping them into the tote, to individually count the sockeye just to check for myself just how close am I. And on those 2 days, my counts, I had one fish that was off, I believe. So
Kudos to the both of you for your efforts. We very much appreciate it. Any other questions? Mrs. Ray.
Yeah, you've probably been over this, but on the smaller fish, not the large fish, where versus the inshore versus the outer shore, did they reflect is that data the same as the large Chinook in general?
I think I would have to look at the data myself again and see. I don't think there's a chart particularly saying that, breaking that down, no. But it is in the data, which is a filter. We could look at that pretty quickly.
Thank you, yeah. Don't-
I just have one more question. I'm going to follow Mr. Carpenter's lead from a few meetings ago. Is there anything that you feel that we have not asked you that you think would be should be part of this record? Either one of y'all, in fact, both of you to answer.
It did seem to me, and it's just visual observation, as I mentioned, that the kings seemed lower in the net. That was something I particularly noted. The sockeye, by contrast, were up near the corks. You know, when we had those big fish days, the bottom half of the net had very few sockeye in it. So that's just something else to note.
Dr. Welch, you have anything to add?
No, I think you've been very thorough in your questions, and I appreciate the interest. I personally wish that some of the numbers were clearer for you because you've got some hard decisions to make. We've just tried to frame it as best we can. I'm going to be around for the Board of Fish meeting as long as you need me, so if you've got questions that come up or data, by all means, just speak to me and we'll do everything we can to supplement or clarify questions.
Thanks again. 2:20. We'll be going into public testimony. What do we need, about a 10-minute break for that to get set up, et cetera? Shouldn't be. We'll resume at 2:30 with public testimony, starting with the general list with Christine Oganowski, okay. So 2:30. Read a script. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone and state your name for the record and whom you represent, if anyone, other than yourself. If you have written materials for the board, you should identify those materials by RC, PC, or AC number. The chairman will then provide the board members ample opportunity to get the paperwork before them. That time is not charged to you or the advisory committee representative.
Hold on a second, John. Please take your conversations outside.
You're assuming they were not listening to every word I had to say. One more time. By order of the commissioner.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah. That time is not charged to the person or advisory committee representative who is testifying. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives will be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the executive director will give you a few moments. No.
To introduce themselves.
Oh, to introduce yourself before starting the timer. When your time is up, you will hear a beep, and that beep will be emanating out of that timer thing right there. So please don't tell me you can't hear it. It's only a foot away from where you're testifying. Please stop speaking when the timer goes off, or you'll be instructed to stop. You'll be asked to stop. When you finish, please remain seated so that the board members may ask any questions that they have of you. And we ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subject matter under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based upon the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities, and thus public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives should also fill out a blue card and indicate whether they will testify at the beginning or at the end of the public testimony. Hopefully that's been done. Please note on the card which advisory committee you are representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Confine your testimony to the position the committee took on the proposals or issues and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you wish to provide your own personal testimony, please fill out a separate blue card and submit it to the board staff. If your name is called and you're not present to testify, a second call will be made. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at the meeting. If your first call happens in an afternoon session, your second call will occur. We're going to dispense with that part of this narrative because we're going to see how the general sign-up works as far as getting through them today. And Mr. Nelson and I will sit down in a brief recess and figure out how we're going to go forward from there, because we're going to change tomorrow. Already we know that block number 2 is going to immediately follow block number 1. Now, a lot of this is going to hinge on how many of the general testimony people we're going to get through. So with that, we'll start testimony. And the first person on the list is Christine Ogonowski. I think it must be misspelled on here because it wouldn't be pronounced that way. Oh, okay. Whenever you're ready, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Chris Ogonowski, and I live in Meadow Lakes. The reason I put Proposal 229 to the board is to offer increased opportunity for Alaskans in the valley to harvest quality salmon for their families, thereby relieving additional pressure on the Kenai and Chitina dip net fisheries. Most of the comments against this proposal refer to catching or overcatching Chinook and coho salmon. The Lower Susitna River personal use fishery already forbids king salmon retention. If the department or the board is concerned about the escapement of silvers, a limit on silvers can be set per permit. Dip netters have the benefit of determining what type of salmon has been caught in the net before removal from the water, and thereby a coho can be released if necessary. Smaller web size facilitates release and avoids gilling the salmon. The response is claiming that the commercial set net fishermen are restricted, the dip net should not be liberalized. However, according to 5 AAC 21.331D as in Delta, fishing with a set gill net, which is a minimum of 35 fathoms in length versus a 4 or 5 foot diameter dip net is not a reasonable comparison. An extension of 4 to 5 days of dipping, depending on the calendar, to 8 to 10 days is significantly less than the set net season. According to ADF&G, who are neutral on this proposal, Table 229-1, which is found within their staff comments, shows an average of 3,276 total salmon caught in 274 fishing days, which equals 12 salmon per fishing day. So, a few extra days of dip net will be appreciated. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? Thank you very much. The next person up is Shannon Martin, representing the Kenai River Sports Fishing Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Shannon Martin. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I was born on the Kenai Peninsula, where I reside with my husband and our 3 children. I'm also the executive director of the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. We've submitted written comments, which are PC 126. Kenai River Sport Fishing Association is a 501c3 fishery conservation organization dedicated to the sustainability of the Kenai as one of the world's greatest sport fishing rivers. Since 1984, Chris has advocated for responsible angler access and meaningful opportunity for sport and personal use fishermen. The cornerstone of our organization has been and always will be the sustainability of the Kenai River king salmon, and these king salmon are in trouble. Chris is particularly interested in providing input on the development of the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Action Plan being developed to rebuild the stock. Following me will be Kevin Delaney, a fisheries management consultant for CRISA for the past 15 years. Kevin retired in 2000 after 26 years with the department, where he last held the position of Director of Division of Sportfish. He attended his first Upper Cook Inlet Board of Fish meeting in 1976. Kevin's worked extensively with the Board of Fish on fishery management plan development and was a member of the Alaska Sustainable Salmon Fish Policy Committee and a member of the Governor's Bycatch Review Task Force. Following Kevin will be Ray Beamisturfer, a fisheries scientist consultant who's been with CRISA since 2001. We'll be present throughout the meeting and participating in committees of the whole and appreciate the opportunity to participate in this public process. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? Thank you, Shannon. Next up will be Kevin Delaney, who was just introduced. Whenever you're ready, Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Kevin Delaney, and as Shannon said, I'm a fishery management consultant working with Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. I thank all of you for your service. I'm going to use my time today to directly address the potential for an action plan on late run Kenai River king salmon, and I will be present in the committee of the whole process and during the rest of the meeting. There are 2 overarching subjects that must be addressed by the action plan. I categorize these as the targets and the tools. Let's start with a discussion of the target for management. The current management objective for this stock is an optimal escapement goal of 15,000 large kings. You'll need to decide if this goal is appropriate, considering the most recent and best available science. You'll need to decide if this goal is appropriate as a benchmark for determining if the stock should stay in a designation of management concern. You also need to determine whether this goal is to stand as a hard bottom, if you will, during each and every season. It is my position that the optimal escapement goal, 15,000 fish, must stand. The goal must stand as a trigger needed to be consistently achieved to remove the stock of management concern designation. And it should also stand as a hard bottom for management of the sport fishery and the set net fishery in the upper subdistrict. As you've heard from Tim McKinley and others, that we're in a period of historic low abundance combined with unfavorable ocean conditions. There is little or no yield being provided by recent brood years, and that puts us in a place that we've never been before. Sprinkled throughout the action plan report provided by the department, you will find the terms recovery, rebuild. You're going to need to define what those mean, and we're here to help with recommendations. To adopt a management objective of less than 15,000 large kings, that is, to lower the escapement goal, as a first step in the development of an action plan for the conservation of late-run kings, would seem to be counterintuitive. Now, once that management target has been established, the next step is it's critical to develop a set of tools specifically designed to achieve that objective. With low abundance, no yield now are in sight, my recommendation is basically less is best. You can limit the sport fishery to non-retention, close the fishery entirely, prohibit retention in the dip net fishery, put the drifters further offshore. But the real challenge comes as we strive to reduce mortality of king salmon in the set net fishery in the upper sub-district. Now, many of the participants in the set net fishery are friends of mine. I hope they continue to be. And I hear from them regularly what they need to survive and what they think they can do to make their fishery more selective for sockeye, less so for kings. You've heard from Dr. Welsh. I'm a proponent of continuing the set net study. I believe that, in addition to the tools currently in the department's toolbox, the commissioner needs the authority to limit each permit holder to fishing only one set net and to have that single set net fished in such a manner that it is off the bottom a majority of the time. I support continuation of the study, as I've said. In conclusion, when it comes to the escapement of large Kenai River king salmon, more is better. When it comes to fishing mortality, less is best. Thank you.
Any questions? Just a couple, Kevin. Listening to your testimony, seems like the thrust of your organization you're representing is to maintain the OEG at 15 at the bottom. And then secondly, to give the tools to the commissioner of being able to have one net being fished and that it be off the bottom as often as possible. Is that accurate? Is that the primary goals of your client?
That is precisely the case.
And what is his position when it comes to paired restrictions?
We support the paired restrictions that are found in 5 AAC 21359. We've been a participant in each and every board meeting that created them and sustained them.
Would they rise to the same level of importance or priority that the OEG, for instance, would have?
Mr. Chairman, with the power that exists, the fishing power that exists in the combined sport fishery with bait and commercial fisheries, set net fishery, with 400 some participants each and able to fish up to 3 nets and the depth of the nets down to 45 mesh. If you don't have some methodology in place and that people are aware of and that the managers have the ability to implement to start to ratchet down. I mean, it's a dial, it's not a light switch. And the paired restrictions started out by kind of commissioner decree in 2012, and they've been in regulation since, I think, 2014. And they have provided the dial that's been needed, I believe, to achieve those management objectives in the face of declining abundance. And it's only been the last few years when the abundance has fallen to the point where we no longer have the utility, the tools to hit it. I mean, we were closed last year because we had a projection that there would be, no fish available above the.
When you say we are closed, who is we?
Well, the sport fishery in the river is closed, and the set net fishery in the
Closed or
upper.
closed to king harvest?
Well, I'm talking about the king salmon fishery, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but they would continue to be allowed to harvest sockeye or trout or whatever, correct?
That is correct.
Whereas the east side set netters, under the current scenario you described, aren't allowed to harvest anything, whether it's sockeye or whatever. I don't see the parity there. That's what I guess I'm asking.
A gill net is a fairly non-selective tool.
I see. Okay.
And but that's the fact.
Would
And
your
that's-
client support a paired restriction that says fresh water shuts down, so does the salt water? If freshwater has restrictions, so does the saltwater?
I certainly couldn't support a statement as vague as that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No other questions? Any other party have questions? Mr. Mike Wood?
You said 15,000 is a hard bottom. Is that what I heard you say, as far as an OEG?
What I tried to convey is that we need to talk about targets for management. And in this case, because it's an action plan that we're developing, if you look at the instructions in the Policy for Management of Sustainable Salmon Fisheries, you see that a certain target has to be achieved for a certain number of years before you can lift that designation. So there's that target. Then it only makes sense to then look at whether that target is the most appropriate target for in-season management. And you get into questions about projected versus achieved, and you get into preseason and in-season. It's our position that the 15,000 should be the management objective that needs to be achieved on a regular basis to get out of the stock of concern designation. And that should also be the management objective for each and every season. So failure to project or achieve, depending on which you choose and when, that would be cause for closure of any fishery that harvests king salmon. Now, it does beg the question, okay, you're going to shake a few out of dip nets and they die, or you might catch one or two flossing for sockeye, or the drift fleet even pushed a couple miles offshore is going to take a few, or even the seine fleet in Kodiak. I don't know what to do about that. But the two primary harvesters of Kenai River late run king salmon are the in-river sport fishery and the set net fishery in the upper subdistrict. So our recommendation is the 15,000 is the management objective that would control opportunity in those two fisheries.
Thank you.
Martin?
Thank you. Talking about tools, you mentioned that gill nets are a pretty indiscriminate way to kill fish, or killer of fish, I should say. Are there other gear types that are less indiscriminate that should be considered by this board in the commercial fleet?
You know, I'm a target guy, and I can make general statements about tools, but I've always hesitated to try to tell somebody else how to run their thing once we agree on a target. I think what we've got to do is work with the gill net, the gill nets, and that's why I've been such a strong proponent of the study that Dr. Welsh did, and hope that, I thank him, I thank Gary, and I mean, that's where I think we need to focus our attention. I think anything else just takes us kind of down an intellectual rat hole.
Which raises a question. We need to work with the set netters. You've been working pretty hard with them over the last year. What results have come out of that?
Well, on a personal basis, I consider a lot of them to be very good friends, and if not really friends, they're people that I have had a relationship professionally for up to 40 years, and I treasure that. I can give any of them a call on any given day or night, and I'll get a call back, and we'll have a frank discussion. There are times that we certainly disagree, and because of my position as a consultant with a client, there are lines that I can't cross, but I'm here to help to the best of my ability.
Yeah, and that raises just one more question, and I want to take advantage of your expertise and experiences, and particularly as former director of sports fishery. There's a proposal 83 out there that takes a totally different tact on an action plan approach, and are you familiar with the outline of it?
Yes, I am, and I know and really respect the individual that put that in.
The approach it's taken, I'm not talking about the specific triggers, et cetera, but the approach which is basically start off closed and open by emergency order as you meet the different levels. Is that preferable manner of managing than what we're doing with what's coming forward thus far through the action plan process?
Gosh, Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. That's kind of the difference between a step-up type of a strategy versus a step-down kind of a strategy. And each has advantages. You're more assured of achieving a management objective with a step-up strategy, but you're going to forego opportunity in about as many cases as you enhance your ability to hit the objective. So one of the things that we have advocated for that mitigates some of the potential for failure in using the step-down strategy is to implement an optimal escapement goal like we did in the early and late run of Kenai Kings. That improves your chance of having adequate spawning numbers.
Thank you. Mike Wood?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to, I'm understanding this as we go. Incidental mortality, like in all fisheries, there is incidental mortality statewide. In particular, right now, Kings, you're saying that a gill net is indiscriminate. And that can be, that depends on how that tool is used, right? So, but I'm just saying every level of fishery will kill a certain number of species that was not intended, right? And so right now we've completely restricted a fishery because of the potential of the unintended killing of a species that they're not after, which, I mean, whether you go from Area M or anywhere in the state, like unfortunately they're harvesting fish that they didn't intend to catch. And we try to deal with that, right? And we try to create rules to taper that so it doesn't happen. I'm just wondering, like, is there a path forward to figure that out, or is the only path forward to actually restrict completely one user group?
Mr. Chairman, Mike, I don't want to seem flippant here, but that's on the seven of you. I've had a hand in managing probably 2/3 of the fisheries in the state at one time or another in one capacity or the other. And, it's a purview of the board. That's a decision you have to make.
Well, I look forward to working with you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kevin. You'll be around for committee of the whole. I've been around with you enough to know that.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much for your service. I, at least as much as anybody on the planet, realizes what a terrific job you do. Bye.
Thank you. Next will be Ray Beamer-Durfer, or Beamer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Ray Beamsdorfer. I am a fishery scientist. I've been consulting for CRISA. This is my 8th Upper Cook Inlet Board of Fish meeting. For this meeting, CRISA tasked me with reviewing the latest data on Kenai late run kings to inform, their consideration and provide input for the development of the Stock of Concern Action Plan. And the results of that analysis have been provided to you in RC number 19. In brief, the analysis found that recent low escapements of large Kenai late run kings are producing little or no yield in the current circumstance. And the actual yields from escapements are substantially less than the Ricker model predictions in the optimal yield profiles that you were looking at yesterday. And the reason for that is that the model, the SEG model, which is asking a whole different set of questions, is generally predicting yields under average conditions, but we are, in fact, we're in this extended period of low conditions. And so the implications of that is that if we continue to manage for low escapements with no yield, we're going to be very likely to continue to see low escapements and no yield if ocean conditions don't improve. And I think the commissioner provided a outlook on the prospects for improvement in the near term yesterday. And so Chris is interested in a stock of concern action plan that avoids further declines, but also fosters a timely rebuilding to get kings out of the hole that they're in now. And also works in a timely fashion to restore the yield in the fisheries over the long term. And so if rebuilding is the goal of the action plan, then a necessary strategy as part of that is going to be to manage for escapements that are better than the bare minimum. And as Mr. Delaney spoke to, the OEG is one of the tools for doing that. The OEG provides a precautionary buffer to ensure minimum escapements are met. We all know management's a shotgun, it's not a rifle, and so the OEG provides insurance against missing the lower goal and the potential for driving the numbers even lower. And the other part of the strategy is to share any increasing returns between escapement and fisheries rather than just simply converting any additional fish above the lower goal to harvest and being content to continue to bounce along the bottom of the floor that we're in now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Any questions from board members? Mr. Mike Wood.
Thanks, Ray. Did you say the models you're doing are different than the SEG models that the department's doing? Like, are you calling into question the department's modeling for SEG compared to yours?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So we're both looking at the same information. I'm looking at the department's information. The department's SEG modeling is asking a different question of the information that I'm asking. The department's SEG modeling is asking the question of what range of escapements are likely to sustain high levels of yield across a wide range of ocean conditions, okay? So the SEG analysis and those yield profiles, they give us the sideboards to manage around, steer between these range. The question I'm asking of the data is, okay, well, we're not under average conditions. We are in this extended period of poor productivity. So if we're thinking about a stock of concern action plan, what does the data tell us about from where we are now? What are the consequences of continuing to manage for the OEG or lower escapements, or what's likely to happen from where we are now to where you all decide you want to go with it?
So could I interpret that as perhaps you're saying that your modeling is more conservative than the department's modeling when it comes to?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I don't know if I characterize that as conservative. It's just we're asking different questions. Yeah, I don't know if I'd characterize it as more conservative or less conservative. The department's modeling predicts that the SEG modeling, predicts that on average you'll see high levels of yield from low escapement. If you look at the more recent data, and I think the more recent data, basically, I'm not so much doing as modeling as I'm looking at a snapshot of the more recent data that tells us where we are. And I think, looking forward for options and weighing the implications of different options in the, action plan, the recent information on where we are now is the information that informs that much better than the department's SEG modeling, which, like I say, is not geared to answering specific questions on what's likely to happen in the near term based on actions that you're considering in the action plan.
So in your opinion and who you work for, is the department's action plan provide a good enough range of rehabilitation ideas? Is it conservative enough to get back to where we need, or is it too conservative or not conservative enough, in your opinion?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, my understanding of the department's action plan is that it gives a menu of options for you all to consider depending on what you want the goal of the action plan to be, and how prescriptive and how or uncertain you want to be. So there's a menu of options there. It's a very comprehensive list of options. I know that Carissa, in the discussions, there's other options that might be considered as well. So I don't think it's necessarily an exhaustive list of options, but it's a pretty comprehensive list of options as a start. And there are a lot of proposals in this process, obviously, that I think that Mr. Chairman referenced 83. There's lots of other ideas that came through in proposals that might be a component of an action plan. And when we put in proposals, we didn't have a stock of concern designation at that time, so we weren't so much thinking about that. So you guys are charged with trying to mesh all that together.
Any other questions? Swenson.
Well, the idea of paired restrictions came up, and I guess I just wonder, yes, at this point in time, the set netters are not fishing, but either the sport fishermen. And so my thought is it fair for the set netters to fish and not the sport fishermen to fish? It seems to me that that's the whole idea of paired restrictions, where everybody is suffering from, and it shouldn't be one side versus the other. If you give, and it is in the plan, if you can catch and release on the Kenai River, then the set netters can fish. So I think the paired restrictions, in your opinion, don't you feel the paired restrictions are a pretty fair way to go?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, I'm going to follow Kevin Delaney and say I'm the science guy, and I can tell you what the options are and what the implications of different options are. But thank goodness that I don't have to make the hard calls on what's fair or not. What I would say is that a part of the calculus, when I'm thinking about it and advising my client, part of my calculation is, what are the goals of the plan? Fish-wise, what are the goals of the plan? Is it a stabilization plan? Is it a restoration plan? What's the relative priority of the fish goals relative to the fishery and social and economic goals? And that's where it gets to be a lot more difficult balance, I would say that. And I don't envy you the task of that.
All right, thank you.
Just an observation for both you and Mr. Delaney. And I understand your reluctance to answer the question, okay? But nonetheless, you were not reluctant, either one of you, to deal with the OEG, and that also is something that we are tasked with coming to a decision on. So it seems to be an inconsistent position that you want to deal with the OEG but not the paired restrictions. So just an observation of somebody listening. Commissioner.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So the department's SEG is 13.5 to 27,000, and your analysis shows that the range should be 20 to 35,000, if I'm reading your RC correctly, RC 19?
Through the chair, Mr. Commissioner, I would say that I have had an extensive discussion with your staff around the advisability of different levels. And it depends on the model you're using, and it depends on the goal of the SEG. And it's my understanding from the staff discussion that that their goal range is intended to encompass a wide range of ocean conditions. And their concern with a higher goal range would be that would be difficult to achieve that under the current situation, and so they did not think that was an appropriate goal range.
Okay, so then let me follow through. So 20 to 35,000, is that what you consider to be the necessary levels of escapement entering into the late run Kenai River for spawning? That's 20, that's 6,500 more
Yeah.
fish than the current, and it's significantly higher than the OEG.
I would say that I would defer to the department on what the appropriate goal range should be, but what I would add is that, I have an addition, and so I would add that the issue we're having is that we're not seeing any yield from these, escapements below 20,000. And so there's a high risk of continuing to be in the, no yield and low escapement. The closer we get in the long term to a goal range in the range that you're talking about, 20 to 35,000 or 18 to 35,000 or whatever, appears to me, given the realities of the natural variability in the ocean condition, will more consistently provide high yield than the range that we're currently in.
Okay, I understand all that, but I'm just trying to figure out, you obviously think 13.5 is too low based on current ocean conditions. And I would tend to agree that unless ocean conditions change, 13.5 is a low number that's probably not going to get you. But is 20,000 necessary right now, or do you think below 20,000 is going to not allow for recovery of the stock? This is your analysis, so I'm asking.
I understand. There's a lot in there, and I'm percolating through it. I guess I would say as an SEG, I would not, the SEG serves the bigger function of working over a broad range of ocean conditions. So I'm not objecting to the lower end of the SEG in the definition and the application of it. I would say from the situation that we're in now, we've never seen an escapement below about 21,000 produce much of any yield under the current situation that we're in. And so we shouldn't expect, if we continue to manage for escapements in that 13.5 to 18 or 20,000 range under the current conditions, that we will get out of that hole anytime soon.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing you say is that you couldn't expect recovery in the Kenai River late run stock unless you set a recovery objective higher than 20,000.
And the ocean conditions improved to allow the fish to take advantage of that. I would not expect under the current conditions to recover above 20,000 if we continue to manage for that 13.5 to 20,000 range.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Just a quick question. I'm trying to get my head around this 20,000 number that you just put out there. So the late run Chinook, the SMSY, I believe, is like 18,400. Okay? I'm trying to figure out, number one, I wasn't on the board then and wasn't involved with the conversation. If that number was used to set the 15,000 number for the OEG, that would be one thing, if you know, that I would like an answer to. And secondly, I think that we've heard from the commissioner and plenty of people at the department, as well as yourself and Mr. Delaney, that it's highly unlikely that we're going to even be able to get to the bottom range in the OEG in the next 4 or 5 years unless the ocean conditions dramatically change. So I guess my question is, we have to come up with an action plan. We have to put a number in to get in. We need something to manage it by. We got into this action plan by using the 15,000. we need something to come out of. Do you think that using 15,000 is an adequate number for right now for the next 2 board cycles to be able to put into the action plan so that the department has a reasonable number to be able to come out of this? So there's a couple of questions there and a whole bunch of hot air, so try and answer it the best you can. I really don't feel well, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Okay, so there's a bunch of questions there. So do I think 15,000 is a reasonable goal for an OEG that is achievable in the near term based on the conditions that we're in? So I think that was one of the questions. And yes, absolutely, we're in that range now. You know, we're bumping around there a little bit above or a little bit below, or we're in that range. We're at replacement, so we're 1-to-1 replacement. So unless there's a bunch more fishing and more harvest and lower escapement, everything, you know, tells us that we're likely to stay in that range, so we're probably gonna be around 15,000. But the ocean throws in some good years and it throws in some bad years, so we could very well be around. So we're gonna be in that range is the most likely explanation. But the fish are in charge, and so it's you know, I'm not gonna bet you Dr. Pepper on it. Was the MSY used in the identification of the optimal escapement goal? Yes, it informed that discussion. When we originally set the SEG for the Kenai Lake Run Kings, we didn't have a lot of data for low escapements. We didn't know what was liable to come off of that, and we certainly didn't have a lot of data for the production off of low escapements over a broad range of ocean conditions. And so we looked at the department's RICR modeling, which we all thought was the best model to use. It's the conventional model. It works in most places. We looked at the department's RICR modeling to try to make some inferences on, you know, what the yields are and what the goals would be. And we were concerned about using a model for inference. All models are wrong, right? But some are useful. So we were concerned that we thought that added additional level of uncertainty, and to accommodate that uncertainty, we thought that it made sense to, rather than perfectly bracket SEG and identify a low goal that was at the bottom or lower than any place where we had any data, we thought, well, it makes sense to shift the OEG up a bit and provide a buffer for precautionary to cover that uncertainty. So it informed it, but it's not directly tied to it. Did I get them all?
I think you answered everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Tom, if you would call Art or myself following this meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Commissioner?
So I think what I'm hearing you say is that either the OEG or the Markov analysis that you did simply increases the probability or the odds under the current ocean conditions of recovering the stock sooner. So it's really just how quickly you want to get to recovery determines where you want to set that OEG or recovery goal.
Through the chair, Mr. Commissioner, I wish I would have said it that clearly.
Don't give him a big head.
Well, I'm not sure, I mean, I'm not sure if this is a question for Ray or the question for the commissioner, but, I mean, are we considering an OEG a recovery goal? And that's one of the things I think this board needs to talk about. And, yeah, what is a recovery goal, and is that an OEG? And is it a specific OEG, or is it direction to manage to the midpoint of the current SEG? And that's higher than the current OEG, so lots of EGs. Anyways, my musings.
If that's a question to me, I think that's a question you have to answer. I think you have the OEG as a hard target. You could treat that as a recovery objective that you allow some level of mortality below if you wanted to, but just recognize when you have that discussion, you're having the discussion of how that impacts the duration and the timing of of recovery, because the one thing we can control in this event, as Mr. Delaney said, is harvest. That's the one factor you have the ability to control. You don't control the ocean environment. So again, it's how long you want to take and what you want your recovery. The higher you set your recovery objective, the increase the probability that you're going to get recovery, but it might take a long time, and how much harvest you want to forego in that time.
So this question is to Ray, and the question is, in your opinion, in your analysis, is the current OEG an acceptable recovery goal or not?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, I can speak in probabilities, but I think the commissioner said it. I think the current OEG provides a higher likelihood of recovery than managing for the bottom end of the SEG.
Mike Wood? Okay, the recovery goal and the OEG, what is the difference? Like, what is a recovery goal versus an OEG? Like, how does this work? Because now you're adding another level of confusion.
Well, right now, the OEG is the goal, because you've determined and set it as a goal. There is no mortality under paired restrictions in the directed fisheries that harvest these salmon, king salmon. I think you have an opportunity as a board to define what you think the OEG is. You could place it as a recovery objective. That's really what we want to get to, and have a framework between the department's bottom line, which is not changing at this meeting, the SEG, and this OEG recovery goal, where you want to have some mortality. But really, the goal is, for recovery purposes, to get to some period of time where you're meeting 15,000, and you're going to be very restrictive when you're not having 15,000 in the river for that period of time. Or, as Ray's suggesting, it could be a higher number. That's your choice to make as a board as to how you want to recover the stock. But you also have to decide, do you want to completely forego harvest below that OEG, or do you want to treat it as something that gives some flexibility to allow some harvest below it?
Right, so that's when recalling Mr. Delaney's conversation that 15 is a hard bottom. Like, all of a sudden, 15 doesn't become a hard bottom, it becomes more of like a range, just like the SEG or BEG range. Like, I'm not looking at an OEG, my interpretation of OEG was that it was even a range, it was hardcore. So now it's possible that the OEG, if it sounds like our decision, could be a range, if we wanted it to be a recovery goal.
It's up to you.
Mr. Swenson?
Well, isn't it simply put that the OEG or the SEG is the bottom number that's going to keep the king salmon numbers about what they are right now? And the OEG is the number, the 15,000 number, that we could start to rebuild the stock.
That's not correct. For us to maintain the king salmon run at MSY levels, we need to maintain escapements within the range of the department's SEG, which is 13.5 to 27,000. If we consistently put 13.5 into that river under current ocean conditions, we will be fighting a losing battle. Now, we may have a few good years, we may have a few bad years, but on average, we're going to be less than MSY in that river. 13.5 is a place where we're going to close that fishery, because we figured out below that we have a very high probability of not sustaining that run. But if we consistently put 13.5 in, we will lose that battle. So we have to have some years where we're putting 17,000 in, some years we're putting 20,000 in. If ocean conditions change, that could change pretty quickly. So it's up to you to determine whether you want to have a higher bottom number, given the current ocean conditions and given the reality that in the next several years you want to recover the stock at a faster rate than 13.5.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
I think you've said this before, Ray, but in your analysis, in your opinion, Does 13.5 produce any yield at this point?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, based on the current information over the last 10 years with the replacement rates of 1-to-1 and the analysis of the actual data points, including the most recent couple years, which were below replacement, there's essentially no yield available.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mike Wood?
Yeah, but just to be clear, but that's your opinion of your model. So the department's saying 13.5, the bottom end of the SEG will have yield, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I would say that it's the data. It's what the data. It's not a model-derived estimate. It's simply looking at the last 10 years of data, counting up what the recruits are, counting the difference between recruits and spawners, and that direct calculation provides no yield. So it's not model derived. The modeling was coming in when we were weighing, Markov models and higher goals and that kind of stuff. But the data is the data, and it's not an inference from the model. Where the inference comes in is what we might think or project or the likelihood of improvements in ocean conditions. That's where the uncertainty is.
Yeah, and you're looking at me like, so again, I want to repeat, if we hit 13.5, which is the minimum part of the escapement goal under current ocean conditions, we will not have yield. But if we hit, on average, across our range, we will have yield, and if we get closer to the midpoint, we'll have yield at these levels. But 13.5, unless we have ocean conditions change, is not going to give us a consistent amount of yield for the future, and we'll not rebuild that stock. I think that's how the board got to the OEG last time. We had that same discussion. How can you be assured you're going to get yield at these low levels given current ocean conditions? So you increase the probability or odds of having recovery by establishing an OEG.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed your stay.
Thank you.
Next up will be Monty Roberts.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Monty Roberts. I'm a resident of Soldotna. I'm a Kenai River fishing guide. I'm the president of the Kenai River Professional Guide Association. I'm a member of the Kenai Soldotna AC. And today I'll be mostly representing the Guide Association, but that's a tough act to follow. So I'd like to also tell you about the Kenai River Guide Academy, which was supported and enacted by this board. This course has been instrumental in producing professionalized guides who work on the Kenai River. This is a 40-hour college course that's put on by the college professors, agency members, and volunteer guides. This course has been very influential and effective in reducing the amount of issues the guides are faced with, as well as reducing the overall amount of violations. To my knowledge, the Kenai River Special Management Area is the only place in the country that has this stringent entry requirement for professional guides. Now to move on to the Guide Association. We met, and we're a nonprofit associated business league. We've been in existence for over 40 years, and we met many, many times this year to extensively review all of the proposals that you, the board, are going to deal with this cycle. And we submitted on-time written comments with all of our positions and a brief summary of what we felt the proposal was saying, because we didn't have staff comments available while we were going through this. So we had to do our best to kind of figure out what the proposer was trying to say. So we encapsulated that in our comments, and then we submitted those. And for this reason, we'd like to encourage the board to at least reference those comments when we're talking about stock of management concern plans, because unfortunately, the public process gets cut out when we don't know what the plan's going to be. We're not all reviewing it. And so all of those comments that meet each one of the little aspects of this plan are kind of represented in different proposals. And so I just encourage you to reference those when you're making these decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Commissioner, where did the commissioner go to? I think you have a statement you'd like to make about Mr. Monty Roberts? Don't worry, Monty, it's good.
I'm not going to get roasted like Ray did.
No, not at all. So each year, the department solicits nominations of members from our advisory committee programs for the Excellence in Service Award. It recognizes outstanding contributions and service to Alaska's communities, fish and wildlife, and regulatory process by Fish and Game Advisory Committee members across the state. The 2022 awardees are Monty Roberts with the Kenai Soldotna AC and Matt Moore with the Anchorage AC. These individuals are recognized for their leadership on their local Fish and Game Advisory Committees. We sincerely thank them for their dedication in representing their communities in the fish and game regulatory processes. You, Monty, were nominated by a fellow member of the AC who stated, Monty has demonstrated his leadership for nearly 15 years on the Soldotna Kenai AC. He brings many decades of experience to the meetings and is open to conversation with different opinions are held. When difficult decisions arise, like closing certain aspects of the fishery, he delivers a message that the future of this fishery is what matters most. Congratulations, Monty, and thank you for your service in our fish and game management process.
Oh, yeah. Stand in recess for a few minutes. Monty thought you might have had a question of him. Do you have any questions? Doesn't mean you got to come up with one if you didn't have one.
No, I have one question for Monty. Would you please give me your opinion of the state's options for rebuilding in the action plan? Are they conservative enough?
Unfortunately, I don't think they are. They're status quo and an opportunity below that. I really think that if we do want to build or dig our way out of this, we're going to have to buffer above that. We can't just get to 15 and say, yeah, well, that's good enough. Let's harvest them all again. So there needs to be some effort to buffer above that at some point.
Thank you.
Any other board questions?
Thank you.
Next up is Ken Jones. Is Ken Jones in the audience? That's him walking up. Okay.
Mr. Chair, esteemed Board of Fisheries members, I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you at past meetings. It is great to see you all again. I do see a few new faces, so I'd like to start by introducing myself. My name is Kenneth Jones. I'm a third-generation lifelong resident of Cordova, Alaska. I'm also a commercial fisherman, subsistence user, big game transporter, waterfowl guide, and a registered sport fish guide. While wearing my many hats, for decades I've witnessed firsthand the importance of hatcheries in sustaining our diverse multi-user group fisheries and supporting our community. Hatcheries play a vital role in providing a stable supply of salmon for not only commercial fishing operations like mine, but for sport fish operations and personal use and subsistence fishermen too. Hatcheries help to ensure that fishermen like myself have access to this valuable resource year after year. I am a small business owner and intend to raise my kids on our family boat. I grew up fishing on my father's boat. I sit here today as a product of a successfully managed hatchery program in Prince William Sound. Proposal 43 threatens to significantly reduce pink salmon production, which would have devastating consequences for commercial fishermen and the communities that rely on them. That includes me and my family and nearly all people and businesses in Cordova. Contrary to the claims made in Proposal 43, hatcheries have not replaced wild salmon, but have instead helped to supplement wild stocks during years of low abundance, ensuring the sustainability of our fisheries. This is evident in many of the graphs and resources on the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's very own website. These graphs and resources prove that the anecdotal evidence purported in Proposal 43 is wrong and misguiding. I want to reiterate the point that hatchery programs benefit not only commercial fishermen, but everybody. Subsistence, personal use, and sport fishermen all benefit from the hatcheries, providing enhanced opportunities for all user groups to access salmon. In fact, cuts to Lower Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association would literally eliminate the infamous Chinaput PU fishery that is beloved not only in the region, but far beyond Cook Inlet and across the state. The economic impacts of hatcheries cannot be overstated, as they contribute to the livelihoods of countless Alaskans and support local economies throughout the state. Rejecting Proposal 43 is crucial to preserving the long-term sustainability of our salmon fisheries and ensuring that future generations of fishermen have access to this valuable resource. I urge the Board of Fisheries to continue to base decisions on hatchery production upon data and the science-based conclusions of the expert scientists and department experts reviewing the number each year. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to Proposal 43, and I look forward to seeing you all again in Cordova in December.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Next up, McKenna O'Toole, another Cordova fellow. Turn the mic on, McKenna. There you go.
Hello, my name is McKenna O'Toole. I'm a Cordova citizen, lifelong, and a commercial fisherman, both in Cordova and around the state. I'm here to oppose Proposition 43 today. I understand the hardships declining runs cause on Alaskan communities. The declining king salmon have affected me personally, both in subsistence fisheries and commercial fisheries. The hatcheries are not who we need to be blaming here. Every meeting, I feel like we're here looking for a different scapegoat. The truth is that global warming is affecting each region of Alaska differently. In Area D down by Yakutat, receding glaciers have dried up the spawning beds, and those runs have failed stream by stream from east to west. In Bristol Bay, warmer lakes are producing more food, bringing record returns for the fry, as the lakes have more plankton in them. On the Copper River, our king salmon are spawning in only a fraction of their traditional streams. On the Yukon, the melting permafrost is silting in the traditional spawning beds for those fish. We need to be looking at the outmigration of these systems and not just focusing on the failure for what's coming back. If we don't know what's going out because there's not any spawning habitat, then that could be part of our problem here. This proposal would be a death sentence to every coastal community from Ketchikan to Kodiak, and I strongly urge that you oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, before you leave here today, McKenna, would you sit down with me and update me on what became of all the efforts you made down in Cordova with the crabs? Not here on testimony, but we'll just talk separate. Appreciate it very much. Jack Blackwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Fisheries. My name is Jack Blackwell, and I'm Vice President of Lands and Resources for Chugach Alaska Corporation. I'm a resident of Anchorage. Chugach Alaska Corporation is one of 12 land-based regional Alaska Native corporations formed under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act of 1971. Chugach Alaska was incorporated on June 23, 1972, and is owned by a diverse group of shareholders, over 2,900 shareholders. Chugach's regional boundary spans nearly 5,000 miles of Alaska's coastline in Lower Cook Inlet and Prince William Sound. Chugach Alaska Corporation strongly opposes Proposal 43 and would like to outline the compelling reasons why we believe it is critical to stand against this proposal. Hatchery programs have been a cornerstone of Alaska's fisheries for nearly 5 decades, playing a vital role in supporting our communities, economies, and the sustainability of our salmon runs. These programs provide jobs, income, and economic output in coastal communities, contributing significantly to local economies. Additionally, they benefit many user groups, including subsistence, personal use, sport, and commercial fishermen, ensuring salmon accessibility and abundance for everyone. Moreover, hatcheries are crucial in reducing pressure on wild salmon stocks, especially during years of low abundance, thereby safeguarding wild salmon runs. The responsible management of Alaska's salmon hatchery program is highly regulated and grounded in science, with rigorous oversights ensuring sustainable practices. Furthermore, our salmon fisheries, including hatchery origin salmon, are consistently certified as sustainable, underscoring the responsible management of our fisheries, including hatchery contributions. Proposal 43 seeks to significantly reduce pink salmon production, posing a threat to the balance achieved in our fisheries. A reduction of this magnitude would have far-reaching consequences in our communities, economies, and wild stocks. Instead of drastic reductions, we urge collaborative efforts between the hatchery community, the Department of Fish and Game, and industry leaders to ensure the sustainability of our salmon fisheries while addressing concerns. In conclusion, Alaska's salmon hatchery program is a testament to responsible resource management and sustainable salmon harvests that benefit all Alaskans. Rejecting Proposal 43 and pursuing collaborative solutions will help ensure the continued prosperity of our salmon fisheries and the communities they support. Thank you for considering our positions on this matter.
Any questions from board members on Mr. Blackwell? Thank you, sir. Next up is Teague Vanek. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Board, Chairman, and the rest of the board here. My name is Teague Vanek, lifelong Alaskan, been fishing pretty much my whole life. So anyway, I would like to address proposals 216 and 217, which affect the Cook Inlet smelt fishery. I have been a participant in this fishery every year since 2006. This fishery was implemented by the Board of Fish in 2005 when it passed a proposal allowing for a harvest of 100 tons. That original proposal asked for only 100 tons until a stock assessment could be done. A comprehensive stock assessment took place in 2016 on the Susitna River, which produced a biomass estimate of a whopping 53,000 tons. Just for perspective, that amount of biomass is about 4 times the biomass of an average sockeye run for the entire Cook Inlet drainage. This showed that the harvest rate was only about 0.2%. Keep in mind that this is only the biomass estimate for the Susitna River. There are numerous other smelt-producing systems which are completely unaffected by this harvest. By the time the Board of Fish met in 2017, the markets for these fish easily exceeded the small 100-ton limit. A proposal was put forth by myself and other participants to increase the quota to 200 tons. In light of the very large stock assessment and the extremely low harvest rate, the Board of Fish passed that proposal and showed support for this valuable local fishery. I would contend that this fish stock could easily provide for an even much larger fishery. As for the two proposals before you, one to cut the quota in half and the other to eliminate us completely, they are completely misguided. Proposal 216 touts that the Board of Fish increased our quota in 2017, but then didn't do additional studies on the resource. What they didn't mention was the colossal size of the biomass estimate from the study that did get done and how insignificant the harvest rate of less than 0.5% is. Another thing the proposers say is, and I quote, "Fisheries management, including Alaska, has an extensive track record of overharvesting resources that were perceived as so abundant that they could not be overfished," unquote. That's a pretty blanket statement damning all fisheries managers everywhere. And although there may be some truth to it in some cases, I promise you, it is not the case here with smelt on the Susitna River. Both proposals 216 and 217 bring up the topic of endangered beluga whales, and 217 speaks to smelt also being a food source for king salmon, which are at very low abundance. It is true that both of these species depend on smelt as a food source. However, this fishery takes place far up the Susitna River. In all the years we've done this fishery, which is every year since 2006, we have only seen beluga whales down at the mouth and in the marine waters of Cook Inlet. We don't compete with or impact beluga whales in any way. Anyway, I guess that's it for me. I tried.
How far away are you?
A paragraph and a half.
Go for it.
All right. Let's see. We don't compete with beluga or impact beluga whales in any way as the harvest occurs upstream beyond where they go. It might be different if the fishery were impacting the size of the biomass, but with less than 0.5% harvest of the spawners, that isn't happening either. As to depriving king salmon of their food source, it's my understanding that salmon don't feed when they reach the fresh waters of the river. Anyway, I just got one last. It's a short one, finally. Finally, this fishery provides an additional source of income to a small but very dedicated group of local fishermen and cannery workers who contribute to the economy of the state. It occurs at a very welcome time of the year when we haven't started earning money from other fisheries like salmon. It gives cannery employees several weeks of work ahead of the main season. Please allow this fishery to continue and reject proposals 216 and 217. Thank you. And thanks for the extended time.
You're more than welcome, sir. Mike Wood, and then you want, correct? You're going to want to? Not now. Mike Wood, and then Mr. Swenson.
Thanks, Teague. I pass you every spring in my skiff. Do you have any observations over the long time that you've done that, since 2006, about in terms of run timing and just maybe the composition of the fish, like what you're seeing in them, the size-wise, or maybe different fish than just the the Ulicon, if there's any other species mixed in there?
Very little other fish. The primary other fish that we do come across are I'm thinking they're probably an ocean run fish. They're the sticklebacks, and they're pretty big for a stickleback. But last year, for the first year, I caught one pike, and it was only about 10 inches long. We catch a couple every year. We catch a Cisco, just a couple of them each year. As far as what I've seen over time, this run does fluctuate in size. There's no question about it. I've seen years where it's unbelievable how much fish is there. And other years, we had to dip pretty hard, and, it took us a little bit of time, but we got them. If I had to remember the year that they did the study, I think was kind of an average year. The other thing, the run timing, that's a real good thing. It's really hard to predict. We've learned that we have to be there right when the ice goes out, because they could be there already. And it could be a week later, and sometimes the ice goes out, mid to late May one year. And so, the run timing is problematic, and I think that certainly last year, that was part of why our harvest was down, because it was such a cold year. And we were fishing in icebergs, and there were fish, I think we missed some. And then, we had other problems too, but the fish were still there. I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, last year was a late breakup.
It was.
Thank you for that information.
Mr. Swenson?
Well, I just have a question. I guess I'm kind of being born and raised here, and I didn't even, what do they do commercially with the smelt?
I sell them to the cannery.
Go ahead.
As far as where they end up, my understanding is that there's food markets. There is, it goes to like SeaWorld type zoos. There are some bait markets for these fish. It's kind of a variety of things. I think primarily what the market has gone towards is more of a food market. There's like some ethnic groups all around the world that eat these.
Okay, well, thank you.
They're very
informative.
They're valuable. They're a valuable resource here. They really are.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Don't want to put words in your mouth, but summarize your testimony. Even if these are bait of food for the kings and the whales, where you're fishing doesn't impact that because they're past those two sources. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
In the 17 years that I've been doing this fishery, I've seen one beluga whale up where we've fished. One in 17 years. We see them pretty frequently down at the mouth and and even more out in the marine water. But
How far up do you come?
The regulation says that we can go up to the power line, if you know where that is, where it crosses.
Yeah.
And it's about 5 miles or a little more. And we fish up pretty close to that.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now go to Sharon Diamond. Demon? She's not going to make it? Well, there, you're next up. Is she not going to make it at all, or is she just?
No, she's not going to make it. She's sick.
Okay.
I don't think she'll heal in time. My name's Gary Diamond. I'm a longtime East Side set netter. You guys probably met me at the Board of Fisheries in Homer. I went on a pretty good rant there on how devastating the closure to the fishery was to my family. We operate a set net site in Nanilchik, and we got the line site on the southern end. We operate 9 permits there, and all the permits are in family members' names, my wife, my daughters, my wife's sister, her father, and it was really devastating to our family to be closed. We live on our fishing operation, and we have for many years. And I want you to, as you go through all these proposals, it's pretty mind-boggling. I know that he was saying there's 17 abbreviations, and it's hard to understand a lot of it. And but anyways, what I'm asking the board to do is to be fair. It hasn't been very fair in the past. And what I mean by fair is the Homer District, the last year, in the year of fishing, I'm talking the commercial fishermen and the sport fishing industry, caught 18,000 kings. The 3-year average is over 50,000 kings. I can see that district from my set net sites. And on a clear day, I can see Cape Douglas and Kodiak. Kodiak is in the neighborhood of a 3-year average of around 40,000 kings. And then you take the Shelikof Straits, which I can see, I don't know what their numbers are, it's pretty high, Area M, the seiners. And as you go through these proposals, I want you to think about the east side set netters. we're talking about a couple thousand fish. And if I remember in the past, I've been a Central Peninsula Advisory Board, they just gave an award out. I've been a member since 1987. And I've been to a lot of these board meetings. And if memory is right, the 13.5 and the 15, there was padding put into those numbers when they were put in there. And the department said that right here at these meetings, that there was padding already built into them. Then they went up to the OEG and a lot of that stuff I don't understand, but I understand one thing for sure, that they made their goal of putting the senators out of business. There's certain groups in the audience, that was their goal. They wanted us out of the water. And that's what happened. And all these different things, the shallow nets I'm for, because I started fishing shallow nets in '94. Of my 18 nets that I fish, 6 of them are 24 meshes. And I've been doing it for years. And okay, that's all I got to say, but just be fair. When you guys go through these proposals, think about the families that are living down there. And there ain't much going on in the Nilchik. And we really depend on our fishing. And if we could get limited opportunity to maybe buy groceries, would be great.
Thank you, and wish Sharon the best. Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. Next is Grant Solberg.
Good afternoon, Chairman and member of the board. My name is Grant Solberg, and I am a Kenai River fishing guide and a member of the Kenai River Professional Guide Association. I am here to speak on Proposal 167. While the Guide Association is concerned about this issue, we ultimately decided to remain neutral on this proposal, as our members were essentially split between support and opposition. Support for the proposal centered largely around concern for the silver salmon, as well as resident species, including rainbow trout. The portion of the Kenai above the Moose River is a known staging area for silver salmon, so stocks can be vulnerable to increased catch and release mortality with bait. Rainbow trout mortality is also thought to be increased with the use of bait. Opposition by our members seemed to focus on a preference for reducing the coho limit to 2 fish versus eliminating bait. Concerns regarding crowding in the lower Kenai were also expressed, as if bait is prohibited above the moose, an unknown number of users may shift effort from that section to the lower Kenai. To conclude, while we do concede the concerns for silver salmon may be warranted, our organization could not find consensus as to whether removing bait above the Moose River is the best solution to the problem. We will trust the board to weigh this proposal both ways and decide what is best for the resource. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next up is Roland Moore. I'm going to try and conclude today's session at 4:30 if we can do so or thereabouts.
I'll be referring to RC 11 and then a few comments about RC 10. My name is Roland Ma. I'm here with United Cook Inlet Drift Association, and I would like to ask you if you should have it RC 11 and page 2 of that RC in that diagram that's presented there. Maybe while you're getting that in front of you, would note that the large fish goal was created in 2017,
but then immediately the next year in 18, not 19, 20, not 21, but 22 and 23, there's been economic disasters for this entire community that relies on these kings. And that's 4 out of the last 6 years since this large king goal came into existence. Also note for the record that last year, the surplus escapement, over-escapement in the Kenai and Kasilof was larger than on sockeyes, was larger than the entire commercial harvest by all harvesters, commercial harvesters in Upper Cook Inlet. Now dealing with RC number 11. There very well may be a lowering of populations on kings in general. And so I'm not here to dispute that. But what I would like to focus on is that you see in that graph, you have that bright red line, and that's the 34-inch line. But as these populations, and it's already been talked about, from year to year in the Kenai, they tend to shift. Their age structure moves back and forth. And they move back and forth relative to that hard red line. And so the important thing that I would note for you is that in 2023, 46.6% of the Kenai kings, late run, were below that red line. But those fish are not counted. They're not included in any escapement goals, any OEGs, but yet these, quote, smaller fish will spawn with the larger fish. And the larger fish, in turn, will create small, some of them, their progeny will be small. And so when you look at this issue, I would ask you to, I guess, look at the population. What's happening in the population? There's these shifts that are going on relative to that red line. And it's as those shifts occur, we end up with disasters, wind impaired restrictions, all sorts of things happen. Anyway, thank you.
I just need you to help me out here. You've got 2 graphs of figures attached to your RC 11. The red line you're referencing, I presume, is in the first figure, which
Yes,
is...
figure 1.
Okay. And you said you could look at the line until 2023. Is that because everything on there is from 2023, or what's the situation other years? Just 2023?
Yes, that is 2023 data.
That makes more sense to me. Thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir. Oh, Commissioner?
So if you were to start including fish under the size limit that you're recommending, wouldn't you have to increase the overall escapement goal then? Because the escapement goal is based on large fish right now, which was adjusted downwards to account for just the number of large fish. Wouldn't you have to increase the number if you're now starting to count smaller fish?
Yes.
Anything further, Commissioner? Mr. Swenson?
Through the chair to the commissioner there, can you count those smaller kings very effectively in a sonar?
Through the chair, that bright red line on figure 1 was relative to some sonar was one of the issues. But there's other ways of assessing the small fish. There's indexes. We can see what the proportionality is in other fisheries that are occurring on this same stock, east side, up, Salaman off beach, or we could look at the drift fleet. There's a number of indexes that we can use to make an assessment as to how this population is falling on either side of that bright red line.
Well, I guess I really wanted to talk to the commissioner or the staff, but wasn't that one of the reasons we went to the counting the big fish? Because a lot of the smaller fish, it's hard to distinct between those and the reds coming through?
That's correct. We went to a large king gull because it was a better way of estimating king salmon production in that river, and we're not moving away from a large king gull as a department.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zaray, then Mr. Mike Wood.
And I guess my question is, it's my perception that there's a problem doing it in season. Like the data you just mentioned, that could be used to identify those smaller fish, and the number that they constitute. That number, it seems like, I'm not sure if that could be done in a timely manner to manage in season. You comment on that?
Well, there's a bit of a description that, I don't know, I call it a description going on, is that when the commercial industry has to, when we fill out a fish ticket, we record all kings. And regardless of their size, but we also include the weight. In the other fisheries, with regulations the way they are, an individual can catch 10 of those a day in some areas, nor do those fish count toward any annual limit. So there's a real imbalance between how the reporting's going on, and I would like to see some sense of, balance in that reporting to get an idea of what's going on with that portion of the population that we're not seeing, not counting.
Thank you. Mr. Mike Wood, then Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. Where did this data come from? Where did this?
This came out of an individual in our office, or associated with our office, collected this data from a ADF&G staff, research staff.
Okay, thank you. And I too fill out the fish ticket with number of fish and weight, and I share your frustration for on-time shared, data seasonally.
Thank you. Marit?
Thanks, Roland. What is the y-axis on that graph representing?
I believe that's numbers. You can see the little tick marks there, but for whatever reason, when this was produced, the y-axis numerics didn't come through.
So they're numbers of fish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now go to Aaron Hoffman. Aaron Hoffman, representing South Central Alaska Sports Fishing Association. Are you in the audience? Apparently not. We go next to A.J. Hoffman. Is A.J. Hoffman in the audience? Going once, twice, 3 times. Next is Joseph Lehman. I know he was in the audience earlier. There he is.
There we go. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to be here. My name is Joseph Lehman. I'm a 4th-generation fisherman at Ninilchik Point. Call Anchorage home for most of the year, but Ninilchik is home to me for the 2 most important months out of the year. We've been fishing there using fish traps and set nets as a family for 112 years. We operate 6 permits. I remember signing my first fish ticket with my dad in 1991 on board our tender. My wife and I have 5 children, so they are now the 5th Lehman generation to take part in our family fishing endeavor. The oldest is 12 now. She and her siblings love to be a part of fishing. When I look back on my childhood, some of my most vivid memories revolve around fishing and learning the skill from my father and grandfather. Set netting teaches a young person the value of discipline and hard work and not giving in when times are tough or rough. I credit fishing for making Air Force basic training seem a whole lot easier. At least they let me sleep at night. I'd love to see our fishery continue like it was when I was growing up. We used to hire a large crew to help us out for 6 weeks. We would often fish 4 or 5 days a week during the main part of the season with a full complement of gear. Unfortunately, management decisions on our gear and time have made our fishery a mere skeleton of what it was decades ago. There are many proposals before you. Most of them, from the set netting perspective, ask for a very modest opportunity to fish. 1 net per permit, maybe a couple times a week, and with shallower gear. KPFA has a couple proposals in there as well. I'd encourage you to take a good look at those. I personally think it's giving up too much, but I support them because I realize these are efforts to give us even just a small opportunity. We've seen the Kenai River double and the Seeloff River triple the upper end of the escapement goal for multiple years now. It only seems prudent to allow some harvest of these sockeye. I ask that you allow our fishery and the families like mine on the Kenai Peninsula shoreline to continue the set netting tradition of harvesting sockeye salmon. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? Mark?
Thank you. What do you feel the responsibility to king conservation should be in light of, the numbers that we have and the dilemma that this board faces with, abundance of sockeye and weak stock king salmon? If we're looking at providing opportunity, in your opinion, what do you think is appropriate to do for king salmon in light of its position right now and its vulnerabilities?
Well, limiting gear is one of those. Cutting back to a third of our gear, and I mean there has to be a judgment call, and that's where somebody gets paid the big bucks is to make a call in there. I mean, in our fishery, for example, I was earlier this morning. I was scrolling through on my phone, going through old fish records. And just trying to figure out a number, I go, we catch about 1 bigger king for every 3,000 reds. To me, if I'm making a judgment call, I go, I think it's worth harvesting some reds for that ratio. And every fishery, as you go up and down the beach, as was stated earlier today, every fishery is different. I know our fishery really well. I know where if we do catch a king, where they are. They're normally out beyond quarter mile. I would say more like half a mile when we do catch them. And when that does happen, it's normally at low tide. But we fish a little bit different. People call us weird down there. We fish with super shallow gear because we catch a whole bunch of seaweed. So we fish with deeper gear. Our nets will just be laying on the bottom full of tons of seaweed. So I guess I would say there's a number in there somewhere, and that's where you have to decide, am I for a cap? I don't know. That's probably something that I'd have to, we would have to come to an agreement on. But, maybe there is some room in there for a couple hundred large kings to be harvested. And meanwhile, you harvest several 100,000 worth of reds. That is a plausible solution, I believe.
Most assuredly, we're not making the big bucks. But I do sincerely appreciate your perspective, and, you know, it's important that we hear from, you know, fourth generation, longstanding users like yourself. So thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing your perspective.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Greg Accord. Greg Accord. Nicholas Crump. Hold on a second. Tom, you had your hand up a second ago, and I did not call on you. Did you have a question?
It's okay.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay, my apologies. Mr. Crump.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Crump. I am the chairman of the Valdez Advisory Council, and I am here on their behalf to speak on Proposal 43. We met last year before the Lower Cook Inlet meeting when this proposal was brought to our attention, and after reading it over, we decided to unanimously oppose it. Discussions were around several factors. One is that although CIAA is permitted to take up to 235 million eggs, they only average about 78 million eggs, so capping them off at 58.75 million eggs doesn't seem like it would have much of an impact. Another is that it seems unclear whether the board has the legal authority to alter hatchery permits which were issued by the Commissioner of Fish and Game. And we concluded that the current management of hatcheries is already extremely comprehensive and interactive between ADF&G, the PNP operators, and the stakeholders. This proposal seeks to compromise the current management approach without a basis in real scientific evidence to support its claims that it would have any positive impacts on wild stocks. We believe the proposal would destabilize and negatively impact hatchery operations, their ability to finance themselves, and all hatchery user groups. We determined this would be undesirable and unnecessary. So overall, I believe we agreed with the department's comments on this proposal and have decided to oppose it. So thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you, and that will be the last testimony we'll take today. We'll resume tomorrow. It's been requested that we start at 9 rather than 8:30. I've tried to stay consistent at 8:30, but if I have a bunch of people on the board that want to start at 9, we'll do that. I don't see anybody jumping, screaming, and shouting for 9. I see. I just got informed of the rule that we've always started at 9 on Sundays. So we will start at 9 tomorrow morning rather than 8:30. Stand recess for the day. We make an announcement very quickly. The second calls for those who missed, within this group, who missed their opportunity, and I count 3 of them unless Ms. Sharon gets well by tomorrow, that would make it 4, that qualify under that. You will be coming tomorrow after, let's just start tomorrow and tell you what the agenda is going to be. It's going to be those in Block 1, followed immediately by those in Block 2, then followed by those 4 people or 3 people that missed their opportunity today, and then we'll go back into the list as it appears on the general list. With that, nothing further, is it? With that, we stand in recess.